Okay, okay. Is it? Excellent. What level you guys? 6? Cool.
Yes, 6.
So cool. Alright. That's the case. Okay, let's hop to it. Gonna do some swapping around some stuff. I'll tell you guys what I told everybody else. My mods aren't working because Tailspire decided to be super cool and release their own thing and update everything, so it's only kind of working right now. My mods are all not working, but things should go fine. Just wanted to give a heads up.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna just do this.
Oh, badass.
Zarvog, Zarvog, Zarvog,
Zarvolg, Zarvolg, Zarvolg.
Yeah, my music isn't as awesome as it used to be because my whole library is gone, but that's okay.
You will rebuild it.
Exactly, it'll be back soon enough. Okay, here. Oh, what happened to Yvaine?
She's Carmen's rebooting. She's her. There's a tech issues. Yeah.
Okay.
She'll be back.
Cool. We'll give her the. We'll do the recap. It's fine. She's not necessarily a relevant character for what's about to happen next. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's Tal'Dorei time. You guys have you've been in Emon, and you have re-accepted Nero back into your party, under the understanding that he has turned over a new leaf and being the goodest boy. You guys, you guys do a bunch of stuff. Zarvolg threatened Jasper over Nero. Yvaine told Camellia the fate of the Archdruid and her son of the Sun Circle, and it drew some sadness from her. The next day, the party met Creighton Grimthorn, who, through mischievous means, invited you all to a back alley meeting where he said the Aroura Concordant is most welcome at the Brawlers League, a definitely illegal, gladiatorial, one annual fight night. They do groups and they do single combats. The party, after some talking, decided to accept, allowing Grimthorn to be your party sponsor, and he told you all that if you needed him to, he's gonna find some backups, but feel free to go try and find yourselves a 6th member so that you may compete in the group. In the group combat that day. It is also worth noting that during the chase, Xander Andegard happened to be wandering by and chased down the thieving criminal, and at the behest of Yvaine and Finch, he begrudgingly allowed the confrontation to not end with the law being brought into things. So that's great. You guys went to Gilmore's. You met Sherry. You bought some magic items. You saw the glorious Gilmore himself, along with Emon's top model, Karzi. He has a longer dragon name, but basically the hottest stuff in the modeling scene right now, who seems to be coming to work for Gilmore's. Hot gossip. Lastly, Zarvolg went to the Gods' Brawl Arena, the center of worship for the Stormlord in Emon, and confronted Ragnar Stormcaller, a large, brutal human man who, as Zarvolg said, he was here to learn of the Stormlord. Ragnar seemed all too pleased to teach him of war. And with that, Zarvolg, please roll initiative. You got your pup with you.
Yay! All right. Oh, right off the bat. Crit. Natural 20. For a 26.
A 26. He can't beat that. There's no way. As he starts stalking towards you, you realize that you are. He intends to fight you. What do you do?
All right. I guess we fight. So, I'm going to, first bonus action, Hunter's Mark.
Okay, Hunter's Mark is placed upon your foe.
And then, Well, he has like a real full axe, right? With like a sharp edge.
I'm gonna say it's a blunted edge. But it's a big old metal axe.
All right. All right. I guess I'm gonna. How far away is he?
Well, let me put him a little closer because he starts stalking towards you and all, and he was just fighting in the middle. So let's say he is, 75 feet.
All right. I guess I'm not sure what's fair in this situation, but I'm gonna start heaving arrows or bolts,
All right.
crossbow bolts.
Go for it.
So that's a 20 to hit on the first one.
That will hit.
And that is going to be six. Wait. All right, 21 damage on the first one.
21 damage. You fire into him a precise and powerful shot that hits him in the chest, but his muscles are dense, and as he takes this blow, looks down at you and kind of, all right, and you see he kind of like nods his head and kind of looks with excitement. He is happy to entertain.
He's into it. Okay, good. I'm glad. All right.
I love the idea of Zarvolg like and like shooting him and like having that moment of like,
right.
Did I fuck up? And he's like, no.
Right, how did he take that?
Yeah, is he gonna be mad at me?
Right.
He takes it well.
All right, so 21 to hit on the second one.
Certainly hits.
That's going to be 19 damage.
19 damage. He will take that 19 damage. Is there anything else, sir?
Oh yeah, I got another attack yet.
All right.
And that is going to be 19 to hit on the third one.
19 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage. God damn, boy.
Ooh, nice. All right. 17 damage on the third one.
17 damage. All right. You fucking lay some shots into this boy. And he... Oh, that was a little bit more than... Oh, no. Sorry, do you recall your damage? Across the board? Sorry, I
think it was 21, 19, and 17.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I input something a little more. Yeah, at this point, he is bloodied. You see the blood sort of trickle down his body as he looks at it, and he kind of... Finally, some proper competition. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to send Fen straight forward. Yeah, straight forward in front of me. Yeah, he can move 40. Well, I can move 40 this round too. Let's put him at, yeah, there at 40, and let me move 35 right behind him. Directly behind him.
Got it. 35. Put you there, and we'll put him there because he was a little behind you. So we'll back you two up a little bit. All right, Ragnar. It's his turn. I'm getting rid of the blanket. He stomps a step. He's barefoot, so he stomps a step almost sumo-like, and he goes, "I would like to eat!" And as he screams that out, the walls almost seem to thrum, and you see his eyes sort of begin to glow white, and lightning begins to stream off of his form onto the ground around him, and he bounds forward at you. As he does so, a bolt of lightning streaks over Fenn's head at you, as he seems to be some kind of stormy barbarian.
All right.
You, my friend. Oh, you just take it, buddy. That's gonna be a big ol' 3 damage to you from lightning. Oh, sorry, it's a dex save. Dex save.
Oh, okay.
Dex save. My bad. See if you can dodge lightning.
18.
Apparently you can. You go, whoa! And you just, some of it arcs around you, but a bolt still catches you. You'll take 1 point of lightning.
Okay.
He strides forward. 35 feet, right to there. And he brings the axe around. He's going to recklessly attack you with it. You got a whole bunch. That's going to be 22 to hit.
Yep.
Where'd the big die say it? There we go. That is going to be 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Second attack. That's going to be even more. 23 to hit. And that's going to be 12. That's going to be 14 points of bludgeoning damage as he rocks his axe into you twice. Lightning just sort of very Thor when he like lands on the bridge at the end of Ragnarok. Very just like almost like a Tesla coil. His very body is a Tesla coil.
Nice. All right.
All right. What's up? What's next?
All right. Now we got Fenn.
All right. Fenn's starting the game. What does he do? He's got advantage. These are all at advantage. He's left himself wide open.
2 attacks for Fenn.
Okay, go for it.
Fenn got like Fenn got a 26 to hit.
I think so.
4. 2, 8. $15 damage with the gore.
All right, 15 will now be reduced to 7 because he is raging.
And then a bite.
Go for it.
17 to hit. Oh, I'm sorry,
7.
19. 19.
Still hits. You're good.
And let's see. 6 plus 2. That's going to be 7 damage, and he needs to make a DC 13 strength saving throw.
All right, I'll take 3 because he's raging. He'll get advantage because he's raging. He rolls some ungodly 26, some ungodly number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your dog bites him and is like tries to push on him, and Fenn almost seems to like jumps up at him and like bites on him and bounces off of his chest. Goes as he is like a big man and just kind of rights himself. He didn't expect to hit a brick wall.
All right. Let's see. I guess we'll take 2 more crossbow shots.
Yeah. You're a crossbow expert, I believe, so no disadvantage. In fact, you'll have advantage because he is a reckless guy. This guy.
Is that 24 to hit?
Yep.
That's not great. So that's going to be 7 damage. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No problem.
10 damage.
10 damage will be reduced to 5 because he's raging.
Oh, and a 15 to hit.
And a 15 does... Oh, hang on. Does hit.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he's
naked.
Yeah. He's a little naked, yeah. He's got like a loincloth. He's got like a gladiator loincloth. That's his whole deal right there.
All right, and that's going to be 16 damage.
16 damage will be reduced to 8 because he's a big boy. Is there anything else?
I'm going to move diagonally to put Fen directly in between the two of us.
Diagonally put Fen between the two of you, like this?
Yeah, so back there, yep.
Okay, he will take a opportunity attack and attack you, sir. This will not be reckless because that was on his turn. That is going to be a natural 19 for a million to hit.
Yep, that hits.
26. That's going to be... Ooh, big one. That's going to be 16 bludgeoning damage, sir.
Oh, ow.
Oh, like, ouch!
All right.
And as you're running away, he's like Fen's in between you, and Fen's trying to like try to stay in between. He goes, come here, stop running away from me. And as he does so, a bolt of lightning will cascade off of him. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. Oh, 9.
9. You will take the whopping 1 point of lightning damage I rolled on my d6.
All right.
He manages to duck around Fen and is coming for you, big man.
Do I get an opportunity attack for Fen or no?
No, he's staying within the range of Fen. He is going to do a great weapon master attack on you this time, though. He's going to take that -5 on the attack roll.
All right.
Ooh, maybe it didn't work out in his favor. That's going to be, let's see here. With a -5, an 11. No, he'll try again with the full reckless situation. That is a natural 20.
Oh, no!
Oh, no is right. Give me a moment here.
Ouch.
Like, zoinks.
Zoinks!
Like zoinks school.
I was just thinking exactly that.
I've heard of raining men, but raining Zarvogs?
Raining Zarvogs. Okay, here we go. That's gonna be... okay, so that's 2, 6, 11 plus 12. That's gonna be 23 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh, with the +10 makes it 33 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, I'm down.
So here's what I'm gonna say happens. He, like, hits the sand next to you, and you get out of the way, and you're like feeling pretty good about yourself, but some of the sand sort of kicks up and hits you in the eye. Not intentional on his part, but you kind of, oh shit. And as you manage to get your other eye open, the last thing you see is a huge axe just coming, at your chest, honestly. And you just go. Like the guy you walked into the arena and the guy went flying through the air, that's you at this moment. Zarvolg goes flying, just like probably like destroys one of the clasps on your shoulder. Your armor kind of like opens up in that moment. Your shirt's torn as you're like thrown back and you're down. I think Fen will just continue fighting. So why don't we just play that out, see if Fen can take down the big brute.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh, that's good.
Don't kill my god dog.
He's not gonna kill him. It's all in good fun. It's all sport.
Yeah. You're right, it's all in sport. All right, Fen, let's see. Oh, that's a crit for Fen on the gore.
Oh, Fen comes around and it gores him. Go ahead and do it.
It was a 19 roll, which is for Fen. Fen has improved critical, so.
Oh shit! Yeah, hit it up. Let's do it.
$27.
27 damage. Youch. That's gonna bring it down to 13 damage because he's a big, angry bastard. But he's hurt bad. Go ahead and take your last attack.
All right, the last one is that's a 23, so that hits.
Yep.
That's going to be 4.
All right, that'll be reduced to 2. Big guy's barely standing at this point. He's like, wait, I won, stop it. I would say he wants to try and calm the dog down, but the dog isn't gonna stop. But that's what he does with his turn. He's gonna like end his rage as you be like, the moon's getting real low, or something. What is that? How it goes? And I think at this point there is really, I'll roll for it, but I'm gonna say he requires nothing less than like a nat 20. And on a nat 1, Fen fully bites his hand. He's like, ah, fuck! And so we're just gonna cut to what happens next. Ragnar does not. He has again Ragnarok reference where he's trying to like calm Hulk and the Gladiator, and he's got this like stupid look on his face, like he's like, I'm so great, and then gets punched. That's basically Ragnar in this moment. He's like, yeah, this dog's gonna win me for sure. That's exactly what happens. So what happens is you're gonna come to Zarvolg. You hear some arcane word on the wind, and you are going to regain. Oh, where are you? Where are you? You're going to regain 6 points of health.
Okay.
But the battle is concluded. You awaken to see Fen fully has this guy's hand in his mouth. There's blood going, and he's like, ah! And he's like, stop it! And he's like trying to get Fen. Fen's just like, he's persisting. Fen just full end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Just like lets go of his hand and just like pads over to you. He's like, oh, fuck. You see he's missing fingers. Like Fen took fingers off him. He's like, fucking shit. Fen comes over, just bloodied maud. You, my friend, you did get nat 20.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you did get nat 20. I'm going to say that you're good for being brought to 0 because it was non-lethal. But for the... both of you took some lingering injury. So do you want exhaustion or a lingering injury?
Give me a lingering injury this time. Let's set him up for this. Yeah.
All right, my kind of man. All right, so this was bludgeoning. So roll me a roll me a 20. Roll me a d20.
All right. 1.
Oh no. You, my friend, have suffered a brain injury.
Oh no.
You have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom, charisma checks, as well as intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. If you fail a saving throw against bludgeoning damage, force damage, or psychic damage, you are also stunned until the end of your next turn. You couldn't have rolled a worse one, I'm afraid to say.
That's fine.
So you wake up Zarvolg, you say the word, but you're like, you're mostly like you're fucked in this moment. You start hearing sounds around you like, are you okay? As you're like, just like completely beat up. Maybe you hit your head on the, or when he got his nat 20 on you, he clocked you in the head. We'll say, I think I made him stupid. Just as you're all trying to come to, you hear, I will pay. He goes, all right then. And suddenly your lingering injury is healed. As your vision sort of comes to, you are going to see a number of figures standing over of you. You sort of wake up. First of all is Fen, who's sort of like sitting, looking around at everybody with interest. You see Ragnar sort of in the background behind these people going, fucking hell. It's a good fight though, but fuck, I needed that. It's lucky I got 8 more. And the 3 most prominent figures that are actually standing over you. You see the first. Oh, fuck my lore a little bit here. You're getting all brain injured, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay. you see the person who's sort of leaning over you. I haven't made all of the handouts yet, but I'm gonna post the images in Facebook so you can still have the, you still get to see the stuff. The person standing over you. Oh, one moment, I just want to, because I might be, based on what's happening here, some decisions might be putting me in a corner a little here.
No problem.
So
make sure I heard this correctly. The lingering injury is healed. I don't have it anymore.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
Yeah, you're good on that. Just making a quick check so I don't confuse my canon at all. Whee, that's a big spell. Okay, fuck it. There's 4 figures standing over you to make this a little simpler on me. You see this woman who is a little lightning scarred on the side of her cheek. She is sort of in somewhat more traditional robes, but maybe to your interest or delight, like you've seen holy people like in the in the Bahamut place and all of that, where they're very like almost Christian in sort of garb inspired by that, the sort of long draping vestments and the colors and all of the whites and all of that. But here, like, while they are wearing vestments, they're much more sort of like Nordic or barbarian, and it's kind of a little cooler, a little more movement friendly. So you see this woman is in it. She's basically got like a single shoulder sash as she's like healing you. Her eyes like got her lights in her eyes and all of that, regenerating you. The other 3 figures you see is this fucking Hulk of a man, well, Goliath, standing over you. Old warrior covered in tattoos and scars across his body. He is as Goliath as they come. So that's that guy. They might all get names at some point here. He's sort of got his arms folded. His arms are literally like tree trunks. He's fucking huge, this guy. Standing next to him is this younger woman with just bleach white hair. There's almost... we'll get to that. But she wears like blue robe. She has a symbol of the Stormlord, and she is quite a pretty half-elf. And she's looking up at him and says, seems like quite an expense for this one. Got thrown against the wall by Ragnar. And then lastly is a figure who you recognize. You see with a strange, long, thin, sheathed sword at his hip, and a number of strange pieces of armor segmented onto him, but nonetheless looks like a cunning hobgoblin warrior. You, though older now, you recognize the face of Rashkra Cleave.
Oh, come on!
Oh. As all of these 4 people stand around you, you see, without any look of recognition in his face, the hobgoblin stands over you as your eyes sort of lock on him, and he kind of tilts his head at you as if, like, what are you looking at me for? And you come to, and your faculties are intact.
All right. So I guess the first thing that he would say as he starts to put it all together and probably thankfully accept some healing is recognizing there's Rashkra, kind of snarl a little bit and say, "Oh, not you."
He says, "Do I know you from somewhere, boy?"
I asked you for training once and you turned me down.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down.
I was a boy outside of Kaimal. You rid some caves of some goblins, supposedly.
He sort of tilts an eyebrow, trying to sort of recall such a moment. And he says, "Huh. Surprised you remember. That was a long time ago."
It's what got me here.
He just looks at you a little flabbergasted, a little, not flabbergasted, but like, he's a very sort of stoic face, very like unsure of like what to say to you, kind of a little lost for words. The large Goliath sort of whoever said you weren't inspiring, as he like looks at his hobgoblin ally.
I asked you for guidance and you said no one would have me.
The woman sort of rolls her eyes and goes, "Yeah, that sounds like you." He sort of like grimaces at her. Says, "Is that why you're here? For training?"
Yeah, that's why I came. I was hoping, I've had to teach myself so far, and I was hoping I could find someone with a little bit more, who could provide some more formal training. I've chosen the wrong location.
They all look a little stunned and like look to the Goliath, who says, "What makes you think that?"
And Zarvog just kind of like tilts his head at Rajkra again and says, "He's sat uneasily in my thoughts for a number of years now. I'm not sure this is the best environment."
The Goliath says, "You shrink so easy from challenge. Thought of someone who rejected you once? Got news for you, boy." He sort of leans down, and even kneeling, you're laying on the ground, but even in like his kneeling size, he still probably would stand high over many. And he says, "There's a lot of rejection in war."
And Zarvog kind of takes all of this in. It certainly absorbing like the intended tone and meaning, and just kind of like nods and says, "Well then, I guess we'll have to see whether or not this is, I don't know, whether or not this can be a beneficial arrangement."
He sort of smiles at you and looks back at Ragnar, who's like the cleric has left and has gone and started like, magicking him, and to sort of like close the wounds on his fingers, and he says, "Come on, like, I'll get you the money. You know I'm good for it." Basically to the cleric. The Goliath says, "Well, let's get you up. You gave Ragnar a run for his money. We caught the end of the fight. May have lost, but you got some skill. You don't usually get bowmen in here, though. Usually like men who like to get up in the fight, like to make it personal."
Wasn't necessarily my first choice for how to begin my training, but it started rather abruptly.
He'll provide you a hand to help you stand up, which is maybe a good 3 times your size, or your hands, anyway. Ah! He stands you up. You're still wounded, still hurt. Your chest is like, fuck, it's sore. Probably cracked a rib in there somewhere, maybe. So
I'll kind of unloose the one strap of my breastplate and pull my breastplate off and show my lightning scar, my double lightning scar. Every time I run into you people, I end up with a new scar.
they look at your scar, and for the first time you see, like, the cleric's gone, but you see all 3 individuals in a row looking at your scar, kind of like that. And again, they look at the Goliath, who seems to be perhaps the guy in charge here, maybe. He goes, "How did you get that?"
I was confronted by a face in the storm that I assume is related to your god, on the road between Westrun and here.
They all stand a little stunned, and the woman with the white hair says, "Is that like to the Goliath?" And he says, "War is coming. It's as we saw." And he looks at you, Zarvolg, and he says, "You will be trained here. What you seek for, you will find. I am Earthbreaker Thagak Thunderfist, and I give you my hospitality.
Thank
For
you.
what it's worth."
It sounds like you may think that I have something to train for then.
What do you think we train for here?
War.
Damn right. Well, get yourself cleaned up, and we'll get started.
All right.
And he'll look at the sorceress and says, "Show him around." She goes, "Okay, fine." And she'll sort of gesture to you, Zarvolg, to follow her. And the hob, Cleve kind of watches you go by. Again, still not stunned so much that he can't speak anymore, but still like deciding how he feels about you, maybe.
Yeah.
As you're like, not even like this childy, like, I mean, it's childy abandoned, but like, I don't know, it has this like kid I left behind feeling. He's like, so like sort of a mistake come back to haunt him.
Right.
Or
That was a great impression.
yeah, exactly. Like he certainly never expected to see you again. You get the sense a lot of people, he's had that experience a number of times, and hasn't seen anyone grow up and come find him before, so that's a new one for him. But yeah, she starts showing you around. She sort of takes you to the interior of the God's Brawl arena, where you see the setup is very simple. It's almost gladiator-like, minus the like cages. Nobody has like any iron doors holding them in it, but it is very simple. Stone beds. There's cushions and whatnot and blankets, but stone beds. There's all kinds of training equipment around. Tons of flags. Impressions on the wall of great warriors. People sort of a lot of imagery of people calling down the storm, and this hulking, warrior figure, the height of all warriors, one eye patched, long flowing hair that almost becomes cloud and lightning as it descends down his Zeus-like Olympian body. And she takes you to one of these alcoves that is like a small room there, and she sort of gestures and says, "So, I guess that's yours until you don't want it anymore. But, do you even plan to stay here in Emon for very long?"
Yes, I've come into town with a group, and as far as I know, we're going to be here for quite some time.
Fantastic. All right. Well,
what was
patch
your
yourself
name
up.
again?
I'm Ira.
Ira.
Ira Stormborn.
Nice to meet you.
I'll let you guess why I'm called Stormborn.
Yeah. An auspicious day, I have no doubt.
Uh-huh. The day I turned up here, too. So, for all my birth has been worth. But enough about me. You've intrigued the Earthbreaker, which is rare.
Well, there's a number of intriguing acquaintances here, so I guess we'll get all that worked out in the arena.
Yeah, we'll certainly see if you're worth anything. All right.
All right, I'll settle in. Oh, have you seen my dog?
Oh, who's probably beside you? He's probably, and he goes,
Oh, there
"Yeah,
he is.
I saw your dog and made quite a meal of Ragnar."
All right, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a moment.
Yeah. And she just sort of gives you like a little nod, and she turns and walks away. And to be clear, she's not like, she has no warrior body of her. She seems like any old half elf. There's, she's almost more magey.
Yeah.
Not very like wizardly. She doesn't have books and gems and shit flowing off of her. There definitely has that appeal, that clothing appeal that is similar to like the vestment and sort of Stormlord, almost Viking Olympian-esque wear. But yeah, she walks away down the halls of this gladiatorial arena that you've been given sanctuary at.
All right.
So, Zarvolg, my friend, I have something to tell you. You have been given the hospitality of the Earthbreaker, which comes with certain benefits, my friend. You are now considered, a part, or sponsored by at least, the religion of the Stormlord. So you are going to have certain boons that you can call upon, and I'm going to tell you them.
Okay.
If I can find them. Where are you? Is this the book? No, that's Xanathar. Sorry. Looking at the wrong book. There we are. Okay, my friend, you are considered now a part, I guess whether you like it or not, but you came looking for it, a part of a religious order. So you are now a part of the Stormlord religious order.
Okay.
And you know what? I gotta say, I think the same boons are going to be provided to you, Yvaine, but we'll talk because yours is not a traditional religious order. We might consider that something else. But for now, Zarvolg, first things first, you are in your room. There will be a amulet of the Stormlord, which you may take if you please. You get the sense that's like
Sure.
the holy that's like the Holy Bible in the hotel room kind of thing.
Yep.
You're not supposed to take them, but this one. So, all right. In times of need, you can appeal to the priests of your faith for magical aid. An NPC cleric of your faith or druid of your faith who is sufficiently high level will cast spells up to 5th level on your behalf without charge. The character provides any costly material. The caster provides any costly material components needed for the spell, as long as you demonstrate your needs are in good standing with the faith. Secondly, you've received your holy symbol. And of course, in the room, there's also a book containing prayers, rites, and scripture of your faith. You can decide to take any of this or leave it behind. And the last part, you don't get yet, because you just joined up.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. Sweet.
Duly noted.
Duly noted. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do need to get to you, Yvaine, about Cobalt Soul, but they're a little unique, so I gotta take a minute and decide which faction that'll represent. But in the meantime, why don't we peel away from Zarvolg because he's taking his short rest and making sure his dog's okay and all of that. So we had some stuff going on today. I know Yvaine, Stormborn, Alastere, and Balthazar were all going to go do a little exploration of the Alabaster Lyceum. I wanted to just figure out what other people had planned for the day. Nero, Ember, Finch, did you guys have anything you wanted to do today specific? You can decide later.
I'll say nothing specific. I feel like for the time being, I'd probably be like working with Beverly and just like having lessons with her, talking to her about different things and, showing her around, maybe riding, fighting, stuff like that.
Got it. Maybe today you're doing a little training. Maybe you've been a little busy for martial training, and you kind of, work with Beverly. Fantastic. Who else? Yes, you're on. You're on.
Yeah, by the way, warning. My internet has been somewhat on the fritz the last 2 times, so just I may be slow to respond a little bit.
No problem.
Ember proposed basically Nero showing off his skills to him to demonstrate like what his skills are and like how well he fits in the party and what his weaknesses might be potentially.
Okay. You just kind of want to study the group and your position in it?
Yeah, me and Ember are gonna kind of like hang out and just.
Yeah, we'll find a mostly stone back alley somewhere.
We could
sure.
hang out. Yeah, we could hang out with like Finch and Bev potentially.
Cool. No
Yeah,
problem.
anywhere that's non-flammable. That's the goal.
Got it. Why don't we can definitely do that. I like the idea of a little magical duel. Just a little playful duel. See what the skill level's at. No problem.
Would Bev and Finch like to watch?
Yes. I feel like that would be good.
Yeah, maybe you guys take a break as you're going from something a little more martial to something a little bit more magical. So let's do that really quick. So, little back alley action here. And then we'll hit the Lyceum right afterward. Rousing Spark. Okay, so you guys head out to some kind of back alley. The fucking nerds have left for the day, so the cool folks, the warriors and the magicies will stick around and do magicy stuff. So yeah, Beverly's mini is currently not doing so hot right now because of the mods. But yeah, you two sort of square off. You know what? This is killing me. I'm going to delete that because that's gross. You guys head into a back alley. Geez, where do you stand that is safe when there's a magic duel about to happen?
I guess it's potentially one reason Finch might be there is to keep her and Bev can keep other people away and to explain this isn't an actual fight.
Yeah. An element of competition for sure. Okay, so you guys line up in the alley. And, why don't you two roll a little initiative?
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, there she is.
Hopefully D&D Beyond will be good for me today.
Sure.
Oh, fear my 7.
21.
21.
That doesn't suck.
That doesn't suck.
It doesn't. That'll be the highest I roll all day.
So you guys are in the alley. There's a little like, as you guys like, you got your wands. Your fingers are twitching, and Nero, you draw really quick. You're first to draw. Magic duel begins. What happens?
Yeah, a little like wicker basket just rolls by in the wind.
Yeah, exactly. A little wicker basket.
Okay. He's gonna use. Okay, he's gonna. The first thing Nero is gonna do is that he's gonna use his sorcery points to cast darkness on himself.
Damn, dude. Damn, brother.
Yeah, just bring up the rules here.
Oh, I know all about those. Don't worry. Oh, the fucking... Cool, look at all this new stuff.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're trying to release their own mod set.
Yeah.
No. I need to not be distracted right now. That's really important. Where are the things I have downloaded? I got a darkness thing. Yeah, there it is. Look, there it is. Gotta make it a little bigger though. Boy, fucking darkness appears.
Yeah, it's
Make sure
15
it's the
foot.
right, and make sure it's the right size. It is not, so I will delete it because stupid thing. Okay. This aura of impenetrable darkness in the midday just tears through the alleyway and blinds you to your enemy, Ember.
And he's going to be using 2 sorcery points to do it. That way he can see through the magical darkness.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, I'm not sure where on DBD beyond the sorcery point counter is, but I'm just gonna type it in the chat. So
It's in your features and traits, I believe.
okay, here we go. Yeah, there is. Two.
That's pretty cool. That's a cool feature.
It's
So
great.
as the darkness appears, your eyes, like nobody could see them, but your eyes also go black and join as one with the darkness, and you pierce through them through the power within your blood.
Mhm. And before we started, I did promise to say that I promise not to fuck up your pretty face. Otherwise, his mom's gonna kick me out of the damn tavern.
Jesus. Okay.
It's just back talk. Just
Yeah,
instinct
yeah,
by him.
yeah.
It's friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what do you do next, or is that it?
Okay. Using sorcery points. I do not believe. Okay. Sorcery points, 1 action. I believe that was an action.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a bonus action or movement?
Bonus actions. Let me just double check what I. Yeah, just double checking what I can do. Bonus action, hide, because I did take 1 level in rogue.
That's fair. Make me a stealth check to try and hide within the darkness.
Although that might be like a
Vocalizing.
cunning action feat, a cunning action feature.
Yep. Make me a stealth check.
And cunning action get next level.
Oh, you don't. Oh, okay. You're only 1 level rogue right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is that it?
You know what? Yeah, for now, yeah. I can't really run anywhere.
Fair enough. All right, Ember. You see this orb of darkness, clearly a defensive measure, pops up. What do you do in response?
I'm going to advance to the edge of the darkness.
All right to the edge. Go right there. We'll call it 15 feet.
I'm gonna display out one hand and a cascade of fire.
All right, we're doing what's it called?
Yeah,
Burning hands.
Burning hands. How long is that? 15 feet.
15 feet.
Okay.
15-foot cone.
Yeah. Cool. Go ahead and roll a dex save.
Yep. DC 16.
DC 16.
It's not undoable. $18.
Fantastic.
18.
That's half damage for 6.
Yes.
Bonus action will be to summon a flaming scimitar.
Fantastic. Flaming scimitar. Oh, can't cast 2 spells on a turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
What would the saving throw for concentration be? About 10? for this?
Con save. That would be 10. Yeah.
Okay, con save. 16, I'm good.
bonus action, I'll reach into my jacket, take out my flask, and pop the top onto it,
Okay.
letting red out.
Oh, this gas just pours out, and it's a gas for now, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Uh,
We'll tuck the flask back in the pocket. Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. All right. If that's it, that'll bring us back around to Nero, I believe. And you see all of this, Nero.
I was like, okay, not bad. Okay, not bad, not bad. He thinks to himself, and he's gonna reach into his bag of tricks, and he's gonna cast. He's gonna do a 2nd level chromatic orb attack.
All right, go for it. You'll have advantage.
Okay, he takes out the little diamond that Ember bought for him that earlier in the day. It feels like you're gonna regret buying me this diamond. He says out loud, and he pulls and he puts it in his hand. He creates this magical orb of, I'm gonna say, cold energy. The D&D Beyond says it's acid. I don't know how to change it, but I'm gonna say it's cold energy for the sake of it.
Sure.
I'm gonna blast it out at Ember, who I can see, but he cannot see me.
Fair enough. You'll have advantage.
This one's a 12. 17.
17 will hit.
Awesome. I'll roll 19 cold damage. And he's gonna finish up by Nero, if he's able to. He's gonna move his distance away, 30 feet away from Ember, like kind of inviting him to like follow him, but keeping him within visual sight.
You move back how far, sorry?
How far back can I move?
Well, you got all of this, but if it's an alley duel, you're at the edge of the alley.
Okay.
Unless you're letting the duel spill out into somewhere else, into some other area.
Would Ember's mom be mad if we spilled out a little bit?
Make an insight check.
Okay. Seven.
She's a kind woman. She won't mind.
Okay. Okay, sure, awesome. He's gonna move back 30 feet to just on that fountain right there, and try to keep away from other people.
On the what? Sorry.
On like that thing right there, like
The fountain.
yeah, like.
All right, it's only 20 feet back, but yeah, you can move back there.
Okay, he's gonna move another 10 feet around to the side of the fountain then.
Okay, 10 feet puts you there.
As long as I'm within visual sight of Ember.
You could just see him a little bit around the corner there. He'd have some cover on you, and you him.
Okay.
Cool. All right, if that is all, that'll bring us back around to Ember. What do you do, Ember?
Want to check some. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. I'm going to let. I'm going to take 2 shots at. Well, actually, let me check something. I need to see if that's at action for me to take. I think it's just a bonus action. Super quick.
No problem.
Yeah, it's a bonus action to do. So bonus action is I'm going to elect to see through Red's eyes
Okay, you do so.
because he has 60 feet worth of blind sight. And then I'm going to hit or try to hit Nero with 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you want to just you want to step out of the cover?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
sweet. Go for it. Take some shots. As you are viewing through your familiar, this goes back to a straight roll.
AC 19.
Nero.
AC 19.
Yep.
I have an AC of 14.
Okay.
Do.
That'll be 2 points force, 2 points fire.
Just add it all together, okay?
Sure. How about an AC 15? You said it was 14, so.
Yeah, 15. Yeah. Oh, if it's about to hit me, I'm gonna cast shield.
All right.
I should
Okay.
have done
Shield
that.
up.
I should have done that for the first one, but I forgot I had it. But this
No
one, I'm
problem.
That's fair. And the second one was going to be 6 points anyway, so.
yeah. I imagine Neo was kind of caught off guard, like how well he hit him the first time that he forgot to cast shield.
Yeah, you as you're there in the darkness, and Ember was sort of like shooting at you, but you can clearly see, like, couldn't see through. You're like, yeah, this fucking works every time, baby. Is how you are. Then suddenly he releases this like hand made of like ash and smoke, and it's just a hand, like, just floats there. It's about the size of any old hand, but it's just composed of like black smoke and embers. And then suddenly Ember just kind of like starts to like look adrift. Actually, maybe he wargs a little bit. His eyes kind of roll into his head. His face just kind of goes off and sort of looks blindly around. And then suddenly, with like renewed precision, he just blasts you, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And suddenly, he has much more keen accuracy out of nowhere.
And that's everything for me.
Okay, so
Hell
that was
yeah.
4 damage on the
Yeah.
first hits. 4. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, my turn.
My turn. All right.
Okay, so taken aback by all this, Leo's hoping he would think like he got lucky. That he had to get lucky. He would. I don't think Nero would think
Sure.
that. Oh, by the way, I'll make a quick concentration check.
Yep. Go for it.
10 DC 10. 13.
Yeah. 13, you're fine. Yeah, it's always 10 or half the damage taken, whichever is higher. That's the DC.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep the darkness up for now. And he's gonna cast Mind Sliver at Ember.
Fair enough.
He's gonna like he focuses his mind, and he just sends out this like shard of like psychic energy, like very small sliver of dark psychic energy directly into Ember's head. I need Ember. I'm gonna need a intelligence save. DC 15.
13.
Fail. Okay. Okay. This you take 2d6 psychic damage, and then on your next saving throw before the end of your next turn. Before the end of my next turn, you're gonna have to roll 1d4 and subtract that from your saving throw.
Okay.
4 psychic damage. He's gonna, and Nero's gonna move back a little bit further behind the fountain as much as he can for a little bit of like cover, just to like hedge his bets a little bit.
Okay, you head back for more cover.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say the edge of the map is like another building.
Okay.
Just so
Yeah,
you wanna hide back here, you can do that.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, that'll work for now.
As you get back there and the darkness spills into the home behind you, you hear someone go, "Good heavens! Ah!"
I think it like stops at the wall.
No, it spills around corners.
Oh. Oh no. I forgot about that. Okay.
All right, that'll bring us to Embers, I believe.
Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna have Red move to the top of the fountain.
All right.
Got 40 feet worth of fly, so I don't know what the distance is like there.
He can get to like, yeah, he can pretty much get exactly there, like something like that.
Fantastic. Bonus action. We're gonna have Red do his cinders thing.
Okay.
Which is a 15-foot cone. I'm hoping that down is 15 feet to where Nero's hanging out.
Yeah, 15-foot cone will definitely reach Nero.
Fantastic. That's a DC 10 deck save.
Okay.
Shouldn't be particularly onerous.
Six.
Hey, congratulations. You're blinded until next turn.
It sprays down at you, and very much you're the power you've been able to hold, Nero, is the defense of obfuscation. It's always been sort of your primary power, being able to like create this darkness and then operating efficiently within the darkness, and that's something that not many people can do. And Nero very much is, Ember, you find yourself in a strange position where you're fighting this cunning mage who is turning that power on your head a little bit, and the ash goes into your eyes and you're blinded for the next round.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to move up to the edge of the darkness.
Okay, you do so.
And I'm going to utilize shape water.
Okay, cool.
Out of the fountain and use it to surround Nero's head.
Oh, fuck. So Nero, you're like, fuck, I can't see, and then you suddenly, out of nowhere, you hear a splash, and a splash of water on your face, then suddenly you are suffocating.
Wait,
what is your con?
Shape water can do that?
What's your con modifier?
Con modifier, 3 plus 3.
So you will have 4 rounds before you drop to 0 hit points, but as you were not expecting it, you didn't have the time to sort of hold a breath, and you find yourself quickly sort of panicked as you cannot breathe. Is there anything else there, Ember?
Nope, that's everything. That's the whole shooting match.
All right.
Shape water
Nero,
can do
what do
that?
you do? Yeah, man. Well, what happens when you put your head in water?
I did put my head in the water, but like
I
I
know.
thought like
I know. I'm
I put
just
your head
talking
in the
general.
water.
You put your head in the water. That's right.
okay.
We're gonna give you a nice swirly. It'll be good.
Can I? Can the water? Does it like help unhide, wash away the ash?
It's a decent question. I'm gonna probably say no. We're gonna say that's just more about like, we'll say yeah, it washes the ash out of your eyes, but your eyes are still like pained and irritated. So, it'll persist.
Okay. What can I do here? Can I take an action to wipe the stuff out of my eyes?
Sure, I don't see why not. You can take an action to kind of like stick your hand in the water bubble, at which point you do realize it is a water bubble somehow, and you sort of like rub your eyes a bit, and as you sort of remove your hand from the water and open them, the water sort of rushes in, the ash is gone, and you're no longer blinded.
Okay.
Is there a movement or bonus action?
Okay. Let me just check. Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna use. Okay, now that I can see, I'm gonna use Quicken Spell.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna use. Hang on. I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points to cast. And now that I can see, I'm gonna use it to cast Chromatic Orb again at level 3 against Ember.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, hopefully this works.
Yeah, well, it's a very short pane of water. We'll call it like a light. I don't think it would be enough to say heavy obscurity. So light obscurity, so you can see. So you're.
Doesn't matter. 11.
Yes, 11.
Yeah.
You do this, Ember, and perhaps to your satisfaction, sort of a wild shot of magic fires out and down the alley and above the roofs. Or anything else? Movement?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna move right up to him. Fuck it.
Alright, you immerse him in your darkness. Absolutely. You run up. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to steal the time to do some other stuff. You run right up to him into melee. Ember, you are immersed in darkness, but you can still see due to your companion.
And,
You run right up to him, Nero.
Yeah,
in his face.
I know that when you're right next to somebody, you have disadvantage on spell attacks. Correct?
That is correct. Ranged ones, anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here for now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
Thought it was clever with the quicken spell.
Yeah. Go ahead and take your turn there, Ember. But as a note, Nero, as you sort of run forward, your head leaves the bubble of water, so you are now breathing again. It doesn't move with you, I don't believe. So you, in this moment, exit the water, and you are.
I should have moved first.
Yes, but that's okay. That's okay.
This guy caught by surprise. That's all.
That's why you're doing a little training, right? Learn something. It's all good. So what do you do? What do you do, Ember?
Bonus action. I'm gonna cast Flame Blade.
Ember, Nero, you run up to him and you're like, "I got you now, motherfucker!" And then he just like, oh, I want to save my pages by throwing dice in my pages. He just kind of like draws a blade of flame from his hand. You're like, what do you do, Ember?
The action, we're gonna try to punch him.
Oh, got it. You're gonna
And by
punch him.
punch him, I mean hit him with the flame blade.
Yeah.
AC 19.
Okay, so that's an attack.
That is an attack. This
Yep.
is a melee one, however. So.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, hits.
15 points of damage.
15, okay. Okay.
How wounded or bloody does Nero appear?
He's bloodied now, I'd say. Just about.
And Ember will release the blade, hold up his hands. We're done.
He looks Neo sees that, like, he drops the darkness, and you can see he looks somewhat annoyed because it's like he has the look on his face of a kid who's playing a game of basketball, and the other kid just said, "Oh, we're ahead, we're done, game over, bye." Like,
Yeah. Like, one more round, I would have had you. So yeah, the darkness drops. Combat ceases.
I didn't want to inflict any permanent injury. I didn't want to put us in a position where we're going to have to spend extra time and resource to heal. This is all stuff that's, relatively easily recoverable. You did very well. And
yeah.
I'll call Red back down to his flask.
And so you do. Seals back within.
At which point we'll go and go in, grab a drink, and then okay.
Before I go, I say hold on up. There was some things
Sure.
you might want to see.
Sure, what you got?
First of all, he mutters to himself like dragon them something. First of all, he's gonna ask you how the fuck did you see through me?
My companion saw me put him back in the flask. Has blind sight.
Like the biggest fucking eye roll you've ever seen from the hero goes over him. Like,
now, being able to block people's sight is a fantastic advantage.
Yeah, I launched. Yeah, the little diamond. Yeah, look. The little this little diamond you gave me, and he holds it up.
That stings a little.
Yeah,
And by a little, I mean a lot.
Oh yeah, I knew fire wouldn't work, so I didn't choose that. And I can choose from fire, ice, thunder, lightning, or acid. Acid's usually old reliable, but for you, I thought it'd be special for you if I picked cold.
Cold is annoying.
But yeah, but some other things other tricks I got up my sleeve. I have this one, like that little thing I sent into you, the little mind worm I sent to you.
Yeah, that was
The shard that when you felt like you got stabbed in the face.
Yeah.
I was gonna set up for something else, and Neo describes his, and he goes back to like Bev and Finch too. Like he includes them in this conversation, like he's willing to. That was setting up for an even more powerful psychic attack, where it would have limited what you could do in the fights. Like
That's
you could
fantastic.
move, you could attack, yeah, you could do this or that. But like two or three more things I want to show off to you real fast.
Sure.
Well, for one, he snapped. Nero's gonna snap his fingers real fast, and he's gonna. So you suddenly see Zarvolg the Grim standing before you, looking as mean and nasty as ever. Like his arms are folded over him. Like he only communicates through grunts.
Oh, that's kind of neat. Is
Yeah,
it?
he goes like.
Oh, that's lovely.
Like,
I like that.
Best thing is that it doesn't even. I don't even have to use like a spell. I don't even have to use one of the spell slots. It's I can just do it one day for free.
Oh, that's handy. It's very
And,
very similar to my flaming sword.
exactly. Matter of fact, I could use some assistance here. Say, Finch, Bev, can you guys come over here?
Yes.
It was as I welcomed them over after I'm dusting ourselves off from the little scrap we had. He's also gonna reach his hand out to Bev and say, like, look, good to meet you. You're Beverly, right? Call you Bev.
Sure. I mean, we met already, but yeah, sure.
Okay, and I shake her hand, and the moment she touches mine, she turns invisible.
She kind of there's a like a tumbling, and she's like a little caught aback by her new state. And there's like a pause, and you hear like a cool.
Yeah, I know it's fucking awesome. But yeah, Zarvog's not gonna have to worry about getting caught anytime soon. Time soon. Uh, like, can you still see us, Bev?
Yeah, no,
Are you still there?
she kind of like you see like the footprints in the mud of the back alley, and she kind of like steps a couple times, kind of like making footprints to try and show. She's like, yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, can you walk over there across the other side of the alley real fast?
Okay. And she, the footprints do move in that direction.
Okay. I dropped invisibility.
All right, there she stands.
Okay. Bev, I'm gonna do something. It's not gonna hurt, I promise.
Okay. She kind of is definitely like side eyeing you, Finch. A little nervous.
I'm not. Look, I looked to Finch. I'm not gonna do anything bad to her. It's okay. And I make a motion with my hands, and I cast, and the shadows around Bev swallow her up, and she vanishes, and she pops up back over here after I casted Vortex Warp.
Oh, okay. She like, as the spell comes in, and she does sort of warp across the courtyard. And she kind of.
Oh, good God, that would have been so handy.
Oh God!
How far can you make that go?
About 90 feet. It's pretty good. Great for a second story walk. I mean, getting people out of.
Getting to the bottom of an Anaheg lair without having to fall the entire way.
Wait, which layer?
Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, that's yeah."
Yeah.
Wait, which? There was story to this again, real fast.
Sure is.
Oh, the Ank. Oh yeah, the Ankeg, and you recount the Ankeg story to me, like, oh yeah, that's. Oh God, sounds like a bitch.
Oh, that would have been so handy.
It is. It is. I can go even further. One time, even got up to like 120 feet. I could cast you. I could cast any of you up to the top of that building right there.
Oh,
It is perfect for a second story walk.
I could see where that would be advantageous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, just toss down, pop you up there with the rope, and boom, you just toss it down to the rest of us. And one problem though. I can do it for other people. I can't do it for me. That's a bit of a problem.
That would have been useful getting into the brothers' room.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one last thing he's gonna do, and he just uses up the last of his spells and just uses some spell slots to do this. Beverly,
Uh-huh.
I need you to do one last thing for me,
Okay.
if you would kindly.
Yeah, you see her nervousness is sort of turning to like interest and excitement. She's been invisible and now teleported, and she's like, okay.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, huh?
Okay, yeah, sure. What now?
I suggest you keep your hands on your head for the rest of the day, and I use my spell slots to cast suggestion.
What's the saving throw?
Fifth. Hang on. Let me triple check here. Sorry. 15.
Yeah, she doesn't have great stats. She just kind of, actually, she doesn't feel any resistance. She goes, "Oh yeah, okay," and just does that, and seems like perfectly, like no understanding that any magic has been cast, and seems like perfectly on board for
Can you try?
the idea.
Like I looked at Finch, ask her to see if you can put him down.
I don't see how this is very useful. Put your hands down, Beverly.
I
dropped the spell. I dropped the spell.
You drop the spell. She kind of like puts her hands at her side very quickly. You can see the sort of the order from Finch bashing into the power of the charm, and her brain's just like it's not working too well. And then it does very quickly once the spell is dropped.
And that's how I've been able. That's how I was able to steal that horse from that from the rider from a god from that god. I just ask somebody to say, "Hey, can you go walk to Stillben for me?" I say that's a suggestion. They do it, and I can keep concentration for a damn long time.
Hey, that's potentially very handy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, Ryan, I palm like 3 gold to Beverly. Thanks a lot, kid.
Sure.
Don't worry, you earned it.
Oh, okay.
And I give
anytime.
I give a thumbs up to Finch, like, hey, see, I'm cool. Like, I'm above the board.
Sure.
Because I just used her squire as a guinea pig.
Yeah, and Finch says, okay, and Beverly quickly shuffles them back into her purse and takes out her wood sword, and we'll follow you along, Finch, to continue training if that's what you intend.
Yes.
And
yes, all right.
And I also say to Ember. By the way, I got the rest of these bounties from the. I just take out a whole palm of like these other bounties from the Bastille. You want to go through them and see if there are any smaller things we could do? Team bonding.
Yeah, let's go have lunch and we'll see what Zarvog is up to after his training thing, because he's our capture and track expert.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm like, we can look over the stuff during lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll do, we'll also discuss like the abilities that you shared and some spots where I think that it's interesting, and I'll do at the table the little minor illusion like on the table of This is where we were.
And I also
This is-
throw in Minor Illusion there too.
Fantastic.
And
It'll be a working lunch.
and Nero is gonna ask you a question, Ember. He's got to know, like, how close was he? Was he close at all to winning? Like,
I was, in the, getting fairly close to bloody. Your
the snowball.
choice of cold was a good one. It hits like a truck.
It hits
So-
like it looks like a raging bull. You mean? What's a truck?
It's a big wagon with a bull on the front.
Mhm. Hey, one more thing, Ember. Finch isn't gonna be mad that I should demonstrate the powers on Bev. Like, I didn't hurt her at all. Like, just
That relationship is very delicate and very important. Feel free to use me as a guinea pig if you need in the
Okay.
future. I
Okay,
think that's
just-
fair. I think Beverly probably got a kick out of it. Who doesn't
It's-
like being invisible?
I-
But
I get it's. I thought it'd be. I was thinking it's every kid's dream to go invisible once in a while. You know.
Absolutely, and it's a fantastic tool to have in our
Little gang we have
repertoire.
here. Yeah, Zarvolg's gonna be. That fucker's gonna be a menace with this.
He's already a mess.
He's gonna get. He's like,
in the best way. He's our menace.
If he's out there listening
yeah,
somewhere in stealth.
exactly.
All
But
right.
yeah,
why
I
don't
think
we-
Meanwhile, back at the library.
meanwhile, back at the library. So speaking of which, I want to quickly use the opportunity to figure out what you're getting, Yvaine. So I don't know why I didn't think of this before it happened. I think it's because this is usually meant for the whole group, but that's fine. So Yvaine, being a recognized member of the Cobalt Soul, you are considered a part of an academy, a very special academy, but an academy nonetheless. So I'm kind of modifying slightly because it's both a religious order and an academy. But here are your perks. You ready? So first part, I think you're going to like quite a bit. The academy pays for the work you do on its behalf. The nature of your employment influences your compensation. On average, the academy pays pays you one. Okay, we're gonna strike that part. Oh yeah, there's the alternative. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. You receive a bounty for each artifact or relevant discovery you bring back from your adventures and donate to the Cobalt Soul. So, and that will include your espionage work that seems to be coming via Cressida Holt. Documentation. Obviously, this doesn't detail that you're part of a spy network, but you do have on your person, which will also be in the form of a holy symbol of the Knowing Mentor, but separately, you also have documentation identifying you as a member affiliated with the Cobalt Reserve, a monk of the Cobalt Reserve. This association carries clout in scholarly art and artistic circles. The Academy also secures documentation, letters of introduction, and traveling papers if you require them for the work done for the Academy. Such documents grant you special status, such as access to forbidden regions or neutral standing in embattled areas. Such identification isn't always a boon, though. In a land frequently plundered by foreigners, your documents could mark you as nothing more than an aggravated loot. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Possible political, whatever. Research. Research is part of your job, but your patron also has an abundance of resources and a facility to facilitate such efforts. You can call in a favor to delegate the work of researching lore, such as the downtime activity of research, to a colleague, contact, librarian, or research assistant. You're responsible for covering the expenses incurred as part of this research, but you can indeed call in assistance to help you with research. such as how Cressida Holt is using you right now as her helpful researcher. Academy hosts libraries, museums, record repositories, and training facilities, and you can use them to further your work. You can call in a favor from faculty members to access resources not available to the public, such as the secret stores of the Cobalt Reserve not open to the public. Dangerous relics or magic items, spellbook gear, and the like. Additionally, you can consult with the faculty of your academy as there are experts in various fields. And lastly, training. Because you're associated with the academy, you receive a discount on any education you wish to pursue. When you undergo training as a downtime activity, you may pay half the normal cost, assuming the academy's teachers are, teaching you. Training in languages, musical instruments, and other tools are available at my discretion. In addition, you can gain proficiency in the Arcana, History, Nature, or Religion skill by this method, as if you were learning a language. The character can learn only one of these skills in this way.
What were they? Arcana, History?
Arcana, History, Nature, or Religion. You can only pick one, but you can indeed receive training in one such skill.
Cool, I have 2 of them too, so that's
Sweet.
the right vibe.
And since it is considered a religious order, you do receive the amulet of the Knowing Mentor if you haven't already, which I think you already did.
I do.
Excellent. And lastly, you'll also receive the Divine Service perk from the religious order that I explained to Zarvolg, that if you can find a cleric or druid of your faith that has the ability to cast a spell up to the 5th level, they will do so on your group's behalf without charge, or on your behalf without charge, so long as, the use of the spell demonstrates that it's in need of the academy and it helps out the religion and so on and so forth.
So I'm kind
Pretty
of
well
a religious
connected on this one.
personage now, sort of.
Yeah, well, it's mostly an academy reserve of knowledge, but it does have that religious order underneath it, the Knowing Mentor, as you know.
Like, because in the beginning I was like, no, I'm not. Now it's not, I'm not opposed to it, I suppose.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these, me saying you're part of a religious order, Zarvolg, you're part of a religious order, Yvaine, you're free to hold whatever opinions you like, but nonetheless, they are what they are, and and those are the perks that come with it.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, actually. I sort of like her. She's got a sense of humor.
I'm also going to say that Alastair, he had his own connections, but through your own paperwork was able to secure a visit to the Lyceum, partially due to the influence you curry with the Cobalt Reserve. And we can proceed with the
Right,
Lyceum.
yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I've got the naughty librarian get up, and I'll have my 2 on my collar. I've got 2 pins. The one closest to my neck is the symbol of the Cobalt Soul, and the one immediately adjacent to it is the Silver Shield.
Oh yeah.
I figure those things are probably very small, like little tiny little medals.
They're
that we just-
pins, basically. Absolutely. Okay. Amazingly, I didn't get a library together for you, which is going to be rectified immediately. It is a big old library, so let's take a look. This will probably do the job. Yep. Okay. The biggest store of knowledge and learning in Tal'Dorei. You wander down the street with Balthazar. I will say that there is carriage services in town, so if anyone wanted to purchase carriage, prices, we'll say Alistair covers it today, but you guys hop in a little
Oh yeah, fantastic.
You
Absolutely.
meander down the road. Balthazar says, "Well, thank you, Alastair. I've always wanted to see the inside of this place." He says, "Well, thank Yvaine as well. Her paperwork was immensely helpful."
Of course. I'm so glad we don't have to sneak in.
Probably misspelled that horribly. Says, "Yes, it's Balthazar will be. Yes, Didn't go so well last time. I had to.
Oh my god, she was so upset. And then when I went back to look at something at the observatory, she was positively rabid. It took me 5 minutes to talk her out of the rafters.
Yes, she's a busy woman, I think is the best way to put it.
She was somewhat mollified when I told her like we'd gone and done good things for the community with what we learned there, but still, so much fuss over books.
Well, books are pretty cool. Yeah, Alistair just kind of smiles as you guys kind of talk about this individual he's never met. He says, I've heard her, she does have a bit of a reputation, but I have not come into contact.
She's not horrible. In truth, when we met, we'd broken in. When I say broken, there was no property damage, right? We hadn't hurt anything. We're not vandals. We just wanted to read. And Wix, in his wisdom, thought that was the best way to do it. And we got caught.
Well, I don't know that person, but, well, some people take themselves quite seriously. I mean, I run an order of, blood mages and terrible
Very serious people.
Very serious, very terrible people. And she runs a library, so calm down.
Yeah.
At which point you arrive at the big, beautiful Alabaster Lyceum. This place that you've probably heard of and been infatuated with for the last couple of months. I'm going to give you a little proper description of the place. Boy, I don't know what it is about cities, but they put me through my paces, man.
There's so many things that can be in a city.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of... Well, you're in the outback, it's like some trees and shit. But not here. You find yourself, indeed, at the Alabaster Lyceum. The gleaming white halls and elaborate gardens of the Alabaster Lyceum signal to all who see them as they gaze upon the greatest institution of higher learning in Tal'Dorei. You see numerous scholars wandering here and there, but not just, humans and city folk. You see those, some individuals with some more, shall we say, foreign garb. You see some dwarves wandering around wearing, very dwarfy stuff, and elves wandering around wearing very elfy stuff. As I'm sure you can interpret that. Definitely not wearing the normal scholarly whites and blue robes of the students and scholars who reside here. Let's see. The place is the heart of homegrown academia in the Republic of Tal'Dorei, and you boldly strive amongst all of its many scholars and some of the most learned people in all the land. What the hell? Well, here's what the hell happens. You go up to the doors. There's no guards. There's probably guards. It's a big city, and there's all kinds of different folk around. There's probably
There's security guards in the New York library.
Yeah,
they don't do much, but they're there.
Yeah, you go there, and some of the Hands of Emon say, are you a member of the faculty here? Are you who are you? Whatever.
We're guests. And I'll stand back and let Alistair give him the paperwork, of which I'm sure there is some.
Yeah, he hands over some documentations. The guard sort of almost looks at the documentations with like, oh no, like I gotta read. He takes it, sort of puts the spear here, and he sort of looks at it, flips the page. A very official, stamped, sealed document, sure. He basically skims it and goes, welcome to the Alabaster Lyceum. Also says thank you. Also says thank you very much. You've never seen a tragedy bard so excited. And you guys wander into its hallowed hall, or into its beautiful gardens outside of its not hallowed halls, but learned halls to be sure. It is It is like the dream Hollywood, like.
Gardens and books.
Oh yeah, there's
Plants
garden.
and
Yeah,
books?
yeah. Oh yeah, you bet. You bet.
My little dream
Um,
heart's going to explode.
This is definitely like the dream university college like Hollywood thing where like there's nobody skateboarding, but if it was in the modern day, people would be skateboarding around. There'd be like cool 90s music, and all of the grounds are all like nice, I don't want to say marble, but definitely has the same alabaster colors. There are beautiful spanning, well-maintained gardens, and the big storied halls of the Lyceum lie before you. You are in the university to end all universities.
You know, if I wasn't doing other things, this could be fun. All right, so.
Yeah, you and Balthazar are sort of twinkle, twinkle, twinkle as you sort of look at the big place. And Alistair says, "So should we find some young student who's paying their wages through tour guides or something?"
Yes, let's. Alistair, did you have anything you were looking at? What you were looking for today, or are we just looking in general?
Well, being a bard and all, I suppose I should be looking at something of that note, histories and whatnot to inspire with. But it is the important work of a bard to stay inspired, and it seemed like a good opportunity to be inspired. So
I'm inspired, and I'm just standing on the doorstep.
Me too. Me too. And he looks around with excitement. And you, Yvaine, are going to be, well, your little group here is going to be approached by someone you recognize, actually. You have not seen in quite a long time, and maybe you won't even recognize off the bat. You see a dwarf with long red hair. He's missing an eye. Okay, you do recognize. Incredible. You do recognize him immediately. He goes, excuse me, you probably wouldn't remember me, but I'm...
Runescribe, it is lovely to see you.
He goes, you do remember. I thought I recognized you from back in Stillben. How are you doing?
I am doing well. How could I forget? Are you doing some research while you're here?
Oh, yeah, I am. I've come to consolidate some of my research I was doing in Stillben. As you know, my field of expertise is Vox Machina, and I've been trying to
that their beginnings, their origins were in Stillben, yes?
That's right. I think I've found some evidence to support that the group first made their formation in the city. Very, very exciting. Putting together a little dissertation.
So you know your way around, then?
Oh, certainly. I definitely know my way around.
So it just so happens that we were looking for someone, yeah? She'll kind of look at her friends, which probably is like...
Yeah. It goes, oh, yes, allow me to introduce myself. I am, my name is Balthazar, and this is my friend, Alastere. We were visiting the Lyceum, and we're hoping to look around a little bit. And Runescribe goes, well, that's excellent. I was just actually stretching my legs. I'd been working pretty hard on my dissertation, so if you're looking for someone to spot around, I am of the Lorekeeper Society. I know my way around here quite well.
Well, gentlemen, what were you looking for?
Balthazar said, Alistair said, well, I've got my own means to look at, but I think most of it was just to witness, I don't know, starstruck young scholars. It's not, yeah. And Henrik says, well, why don't I just show you around, and you can decide for yourself which facilities look best. Are you all, and he starts walking you guys in. You walk into the main hall. The big, beautiful doors open before you, and you see, indeed, the big, beautiful Alabaster Lyceum. Obviously, I haven't populated it. I just dropped it in. But imagine lots of scholars and students, people standing behind their desks. You see immediately as you walk in, beautiful sculptures, rows and rows of bookshelves, very aesthetically pleasing with all of the plant life sort of draping over the side banisters of the upper levels, long carpets. Clearly a very well-funded facility, full of scholarly stuffs, and many rooms that hold probably more sections of archives and such. And as you wander forth, you would see a massive lecture and study hall, where you see many students sort of working away, looking through referencing books and writing it down, and students in groups. And he goes like, "Oh, I need to get this done for the examination for Ancient Arcana. I can't fail this." And just people whizzing around with scholarly excitement and intent. And I think you and Balthazar have this like, you know, like as it like they're studying, yeah, and Heinrich, like, they're authentic Lyceum students, and they're authentically studying for authentic exams, like Scoob. They're you guys are like flipping out. Heinrich, I think, who's referencing the group, but definitely Alastere most primarily, as you two are a little excited. Says, so are you all employed by the Lyceum? What are you doing here? Are you studying here? Have you been admitted to for study?
No, but I am a monk of the Cobalt Soul and I'm doing some research.
You're a monk of the Cobalt Soul. How far you've come, huh? Western must have been good to you.
I enjoyed my time in Western.
Oh, I see. All right. You gentlemen, and they talk. Well, I'm a bard of the College of the Savvy from Western. I invited followed Yvaine here with a slight desire to see these great halls. I've heard much from the college. Alastere says, I am not a part of any of that, but I am a scholar in my own right and have my interests in the knowledge in these halls. And he says, well, excellent. So yes, this is the study hall, indeed. There are many lecture halls and study halls behind us, as you might have saw, peeking in the doors. There are some offices to the various professors here at the Lyceum. Yeah, some of these places don't look very... I'm looking at this board for the first time, too, so... but you guys explore, and you see many lecture halls, places where the deans, make their study, places where, oh, Jesus, science back here. Ugh, forget that. If we move, you know what, fuck it. You see some artificers, like maybe some kind of, no computers or anything. We're going to calm it down a little in our mind's eye. But you do indeed see, a section where artificers are doing their engineering, working on certain things. This one gnome says, "Oh, I'm certain I can upgrade airship. I have a theory to upgrade all airship technology. I'm writing my whole thesis on it. It's going to be excellent." He goes, "Yeah, whatever you say." How many times have your experiments failed? Like 3 times? He goes, 5. But they're gonna pull through. You'll see. He goes, right. And they continue to use their tinkering tools and their carpeting tools, and they're all working on strange projects that dazzle and make your brain hurt, perhaps. Wander here and there, brought up to the 2nd level. He tells you about all the facilities. He says, like, as you're here in the lecture hall, like, I think this is very accurate. The many levels and just stores and stores and stores of knowledge. It's probably the Cobalt Reserve could give this place a run for its money on its stores of knowledge alone, but as a school, it knocks it out of the park. Like the Reserve doesn't stand a chance, and the expansiveness of the library is competed with the Reserve, but there's nothing like this place. Nothing quite like it. He shows you around. He says, like, yeah, those are the dorms over there. Those are for the artificers. This is for, people interested in the Academia of Wizardry. There's more dorms over there. Just shows you around and says, so is and he'll say, do you need anything else? I don't even know what's going on down here. Oh, this is cool. He'll take you down here where you see students just kind of like, I don't know how to put it. Just meandering, just like taking the air, walking around. It seems to be like a meeting point for people as it sort of goes under the Lyceum. It's like a a park underneath the actual school, where light sort of floods in from the downside stairs, and there are lights around. There is a sort of romance to it, and you see this old scholarly man on a carved in marble on a plinth. Probably one of the original professors, if not one of the first deans of the Lyceum here. Truly a place of culture and learning, and it's all very impressive. And after maybe an hour of looking around and seeing stuff, the dwarf turns to you all and says, "So that's the basics of the Lyceum's grounds. Obviously, the expansive gardens and such. But is there anything more specific I could help you with?"
All right. Sorry, my internet went really stupid, and I missed like the last 5 seconds of that.
He just asked if there was anything else, if there's anything specific that you all needed help with.
Well, I'm not certain what anyone else is looking into, but right now I'm doing some research on the undead.
Wasn't really bat an eye. He says, "The undead, right?" And he'll point you in the direction of the correct lore. It's definitely not in the, there's places for herbology, naturalism, religion, history, everything here, wizardry, so on and so on and so on. It'd be hard done by not to find what you seek. But he points you in the right direction. He points you in sort of like the Arcana wing, or the religion wing. Anyway, he points you in the right direction, and he says, "Well, if you're looking for the undead, you're going to want to go to down that hole, take the right. I think personally the second floor has a good store there, so I'd recommend taking a look around there." Anything else? Alastere says, "Actually, I was..."
And then for reference, this. Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Just for reference, where would astrology be?
Says, "Oh, astrology, as it should be, up on the highest level, right up there," and points up in the study hall. Alastere says, "I actually had an interest in the undead as well, so I might follow you around, Yvaine, for a minute." Balthazar says, "History. Where's the That's the wrong voice." He says, "Where am I? I can't find it." Anyway, he says, "Where's the history section?" And points in the history section. He says, "I'll catch up with you all." And he runs off, skips along. Daisies follow after his bleak, dark appeal. And you and Alastere start making your way along, and the rune scribe says, "Well, I better get back to my work. So, good luck. I hope you find what you need."
Thank you so much.
And you and Alastere sort of wander on down the halls, and he says, "What am I asking? Is your interest in the undead to do with the Shadebearer?"
Largely yes, but I'm also interested in the origins of Nero's birth. So he was born allegedly at the moment of Vecna's ascent, and his mother became a zombie. Now, based on what you said, I'm understanding this happened a handful of places all over Tal'Dorei. Or was it just
when a god ascends? Well, obviously this would be our only case study of this in recent history, but apparently when a god ascends on the material plane, it tends to have an effect on things. So this happened to a couple of people, but a number of things happened here and there across Exandria.
Across the whole of Exandria? What?
Mm-hmm. I've had reports as far as Wildmount from my sections there about strange happenings. I only took command of the Chloride Order a couple of years ago, so it's you imagine there's quite a bit of history about our organization that I have yet to pull through.
Yeah. So, aside from wanting to track down the Vecna babies and find out what kinds of peculiarities are surrounding Sorry,
I'm
dogs.
surprised they have dogs in the Lyceum. You'd think
I
they'd-
know, right? You think better.
Strange.
So, do they all exhibit the same peculiarities? Are they
Nero
all-
would be the first one that I've actually met in person. I've had
Oh.
again. This isn't something that I took a primary interest in. The information about Nero's was most interesting because it happened. Well, it was sort of a how do I put this? It was a side note to the ascent of Vecna. I've studied it very intently, the actual ascension, and Nero's was the most sort of detailed of the documented incidents, especially one close here in Tal'Dorei.
Well, someone is hunting him, and you can find out an awful lot about a person by knowing their prey. I think we're going to spend a little time get to know Mr. Duskfall better. Also, I want to know about the differences between the corporeal undead and uncorporeal undead. The Banshee behaved very differently than the Wraith, behaved very differently than Spectres, and the Spectre did the thing to Camellia that it did, but it did touch Finch and Ember also, and did not have the same effect. So why is that? Curious.
What's studying?
So that's what I'm here for. Oh, one last thing. Remember just a little while back when you chucked a skull at me and told me to have a conversation with it? When you did that, did you know that I could? Or rather that I could and it would, respond?
I think you might have mentioned something about having that power. Or someone had mentioned something of it. I know that I have the ability to speak with the dead.
It's not the same. Like, if you do what the Graveseer does, then it's not the same. It kind of uses my, guys, give me a second.
Sure. Tell you what, why don't we all just have a break right now? It was about that time anyway, so when we come back, we will continue with Yvaine's library adventures and whatever else anyone has planned for today. Then let's get to it. So, Yvaine and Alastere walk out of like the school cafeteria, refreshed. Anyway, what were you saying?
So yeah, I've watched the Graveseer in Western. I've watched her talk to the dead, and I can't do it the same way at all. It's not like a ritual. It's more like I'm sort of trading my regenerative energy for the ability to contact. It's not at all what you do, but the result is the same. And it's a purview I don't really understand, and I don't want... I'm a whimsical shithead, and the Matron of Ravens doesn't necessarily strike me as one who has much tolerance for either. And I'd rather ask permission than step across a boundary I've no business crossing.
I admit you lost me somewhere in there. What is the boundary you're crossing? Something about
Am I
regenerating.
supposed to be... I can do this. I haven't yet.
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of worked it out. But I'm not a cleric of the Raven Queen. I've no real relationship with her. I feel like I'm stepping in her domain, and I don't want to do something that would be offensive.
Are you summoning the undead?
I'm not summoning the undead. I'm speaking to someone who has died.
Are you raising those who have passed from the grave?
No, but I don't know what repercussions this could have. I don't actually know how undead are created. Could I turn it into a wraith by speaking? Pardon?
You have nothing to worry about. I mean, obviously, if you make some foolhardy mistake, there's forgiveness in that. The Raven Queen isn't so decisive and vindictive that you go around murdering every person who accidentally, well, that's more of the arcane philosophicals to you, to go around to the arcane shitheads who raise the dead by accident. But you don't need to worry about the champion of ravens dropping on your head because you spoke with the dead. That's perfectly acceptable. It's worth noting that as far as the actual procedure of arcane that happens when you speak with the dead is you're not contacting the soul itself. You're not contacting the spirit of the individual that passed on. You're using an impression of their soul. Think of it like this. He points to like a nearby like bottle or an urn or a container of some kind. He goes, so let's say you fill this with water, right?
Right.
It takes the shape of its container. Now, we freeze the water and remove the pot. Let's say the pot is the soul. Leaves. It's sort of a reverse, but the ice is the body. It's taken the shape given to it. And that's how it works with Speak with Dead. The soul is left an impression of itself, a relief, almost. And you're accessing that, an impression of what once was. You're not binding the soul to the body once more, you're just scraping a little knowledge left on the brain. Out of its mouth, I guess.
Oh, thank you. I feel so much better about carrying forward now. Thank you.
If you ever need to, well, I am a cleric of the Raven Queen, so if you ever need.
I appreciate it. Alright.
Oh, one final thing before we get to all the fun stuff. What the fuck with Nero?
Oh my god! Alastair,
A day?
Oh,
Didn't even
God.
think about it over the course of a week, a day?
Alright, so here's what happened. His girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, obviously ex, right?
Right.
So she's Ashari.
Oh, fuck. You
Yeah.
bleeding heart, you.
Stop. Yeah, actually, believe in rehabilitative justice. And what if I just told you I had a feeling he's supposed to be working with us for no particular reason at all, except sometimes I get strange gut feelings that pan out. And I hate this. I hate it. I hate it so much. God, I
Sometimes
could not
follow
dislike
your
him more, I'm pretty
instincts.
sure.
I would say to you, good luck. That's what I would say.
Yeah, well, he needs to be housebroken, that's for certain.
Well, you know, Ember made his stance very clearly, but Clara and Order were not exactly the most reputable. We're sort of a fight fire with fire, become the monster to kill the monster sort of thing. So, you know, perhaps someone wants his guts for good reasons. So if you ever want to donate them, it's mostly a joke.
I'm only mostly amused.
Well, good, excellent then. At which point you both come to the undead sector. You see some student like in the back. You like move down the shelves. You see one student in the back corner of the books, kind of like, and like wanders away from the shelves, like he's in the naughty section of the magazine store or something. And you guys are there. You guys want to I'll tell you what. Yeah, you guys want to go studying?
Yeah.
All right, let me look here because I know we've got some info about learning stuff in the YMCA. Unparalleled center of learning of research for history, economics, alchemy, art, and most of all, magic and arcane. Okay, hang on here. Just finding the right info for the mechanics of it. Oops, what about interest? Okay. So, what do you wish to know? Give me, as you spend, each hour you get to potentially learn something. This is a piece of information that would be within the halls of the Alabaster Lyceum. Nothing, there's plenty of arcane lore here, which is great. So, and I will say they do have a more expansive selection of knowledge here than in the, reserve. They hide certain things, like they don't just put out arcane wizarding knowledge to the public, right? But here, where only certain people are allowed in, it is that much more expansive, and there is a great deal of arcane lore. So, what are you trying to learn about?
So, I mean, I'm here, so we have to try it. I've got 2 questions. I figured I'd fill at least 2 hours. What was the purpose of Shadebearer? They were protecting something. I'm going to go talk to the Temple of Palor, but if I'm here, they were protecting the world from something. They were protecting something from someone else. They had a purpose. The Ashari have a purpose. What was the purpose of the Dawn Circle Druids? And mechanically, no, fuck it. I mean, Alice has done some research, so it exists. What were the effects of the ascension of Vecna on the populace of Tal'Dorei? There's got to be a list of random shit that happened.
I will say you have about 7 hours, and you can
Alright.
learn. I'm going to do 7 rolls, 7 things you can attempt to learn.
Well,
So-
then let's start with those 2.
Okay, so let's start with you wanted to know about the Dawn Circle or why they were protecting Shadebearer. So
Yeah.
my question to you is: are you trying to learn about the Dawn Circle, like specifically you're looking for lore about the Dawn Circle, or are you trying to like search through undead lore to create a theory as to why they were doing it?
I am trying to.
Like, are you seeking the direct answer, or are you trying to theoretically understand?
All right, let me reframe the question then.
Okay.
Why has Shadebearer become a cesspool of the undead? And before I make this roll, I'm going to guidance myself. Because I can.
I will say guidance is
Not right? Is it poor?
it's for a single skill that sort of happens immediately, and
Oh, but then don't worry about it.
requires a recasting every time you do that. You know, so that's sort of like
That's okay.
I'm going to move a boulder, and it's a single instance thing. Yeah, over a course of an hour, maybe not. Okay, roll me. Okay, you're trying to learn about Shadebearer and what lays in its depths that makes it so dangerous. I guess I'll ask one more time. Are you looking for the exact direct answer, or are you trying to create a theory? Are you trying to like look as to what could possibly be doing this down there?
I'm looking for what could possibly be creating the problem right now.
Let's call it an Arcana check, or a religion check, depending on
I
how
would
you're
prefer to
going
make
about
a
your research.
religion check by a lot.
Go for it.
Alright, that is a 16 on the dice. And I think it's 16 plus 4, so dirty 20.
30-20. That will do. You rule out Vecna because the Shadebearer has been around before the Scattering War, which was long before Vecna's ascent. It was dangerous all the way back then. You know that, and from your own lore, some of this is that what you know from your friends, not from the books. And you know that the reason why it's grown more dangerous is because the seal was broken by Halfess so that he could be interred within Shadebearer. So, you rule out Vecna. You keep looking. With a religion check of a 20, I don't think you know... Like, it could be any number of things. There's so many different variants of undead, of various levels of power. There are mummy lords and vampires and powerful wraiths and all manner of undead out there that could be doing any number of things. So what I will give you, since it's such like a vast variety of things, that's like going to like a university and being like trying to solve one of the great mysteries, like how did they build the pyramids? You know what I mean? The sort of Tal'Dorei is how they built the pyramids. So what I'll give you is a piece of lore tied to powerful undead. And that is this. Undead, as a whole, were said to be created by a very powerful demon lord. the creator of all undead, and is said to be one of the most powerful entities in the abyss, the planes, minus, of course, the gods themselves. You learn of Orcus. That is what you know with this piece of knowledge. The creator of undeath is a demon lord named Orcus. If you wish to expand upon this knowledge, you have more time.
Yes, I would like to learn more about Orcus, please.
Would you check?
Not today. That's an 8.
8. You start working for an hour. You don't find any such unfathomable and evil lore in these stores. You can try again with another hour.
You know what? Yeah, I've had to do that before.
Okay.
Different fucking dice. Also, a no. That was a 5, so that's not happening.
Okay. Give up on Orcus? Well,
Yeah,
I'll say you get 2. You can do 2 hours for one subject until you're like, you know.
We'll come back. Maybe I need to be in a different area. Maybe I need something different.
Maybe such lore isn't in the Lyceum. Demon lords aren't exactly stuff they put on the shelves for students to learn about, you know?
Yeah, it could some of that stuff were in private collections that I had to know somebody in Grease Palms to get to. So the lore that I'm looking for cost me 600 gold in Western to get my own damned library. So there you go. I don't know if this would be over here because I can't remember anything about him, but what the hell? Exithakar?
You want to do some research about Exithakar? Go ahead and make a history check. See if there's any books.
History, that's an 18.
18. So you go looking for information about Exithakar. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna give you something because you did roll really good, but you don't find anything on Exithakar or whatever her name is. Not specifically. She's, perhaps a villain, but you did find out that she's a vampire. So I will tell you of vampires instead. They are amongst the most manipulative, deceptive, dangerous of undead. Their very nature bends them to evil. They are considered near immortal. There are some way, it doesn't go into, this isn't like a vampire hunting manual. If anything, you would find information about, lore, especially because it's a history check about, the history of vampires, and, there would be information about the Briarwoods, about his being there. They say that the vampires do stalk Tal'Dorei, but none are so, there's none in Exandria to current date that are, as far as they know, sort of in power, and they're considered very, very deceptive, very difficult creatures to pin down. Creatures of darkness in the night. That is what you would learn from the Lyceum. It was just sort of general, spooky, some stuff about the general knowledge of them. But you do have a guy who's in charge of a monster hunting order around too, so maybe that's a question for him
and
a later date.
vampires are his thing, so I might just go find him. Changing gears since I've got 3 more hours, and why the F not? What can I change places? Do I need to stay in this section, or can I go?
Lyceum is yours.
Lyceum is yours. I'm going to the Fae section.
Okay. Happy hops along after you. Okay. What would you like to learn? Or try to learn?
I would like to learn about Happy.
Magical rabbits.
Care and feeding of the Almirage.
All right. Go ahead and make me let's call it a nature check to learn of Almirage.
16. Yeah, 16.
I'll pass. I'll pass.
Hold on. Did you say nature check?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, that's better. That's better.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's a 16. Wrong math,
16.
but same answer.
That's okay. That's all good. Let's see. They're indeed considered a variety of fey creature. It is said that where they dwell in nature is usually a place tied to magics of the Fae. They're, even amongst the Feywild, they're considered a garden variety animal. Like, whereas we have rabbits and raccoons and whatever else in our lawns, the Fae have almirage in their lawns. So they're considered very, sort of, like, in the Feywild, they're considered fairly common, about, like, they're the rabbits of the Feywild. But it doesn't speak of any grand intelligence that Happy seems to possess. It does say that some animals in the Feywild are gifted with the power of voice, and some are intelligent, which includes all Mirage, but they can usually talk when they have such intelligence possessed upon them. Which means either your rabbit can talk and he's been hiding it for ages, or he's special.
He's pretty quirky. It's entirely possible that he hasn't spoken just because he hasn't had anything to say. She will look right at him. So, can you talk?
Points at you.
I thought I'd check. Alright, so you can't talk. Is there anything on, like, you know, pastry's terribly bad for them? Are they, you know, care and feeding? Should I be checking his little teeth for things? Am I, you know?
If you like to take an hour to investigate the zoology and the diets of Almirage, and sort of expand upon the specific lore of Almirage, you certainly can.
No.
Okay.
I may come back to that later, but
No.
I only have 2 more hours, and therefore this. I don't know much about Circle of Stars druids, but I know they exist, and I know I am one.
Mm-hmm.
What kinds of scrolls are they using? Are they all using astral scrolls? Or perhaps another goddess like, you know, mine might have something that would work instead of the arcane dynamite.
Make me an Arcana check, sure. I like that it's been called the Arcane Dynamite now.
18.
There is recordings of a circle of stars that has become prominent among druids. Locally, they said that there are many circle of star druids that dwell up north, especially in Lyrenborn, due to its connection with the Moonweaver, who many star druids are said to be connected with, or worship, or what have you. As far as what their tool is, as you have yours, many of them craft their own and expand upon them as their power expands. So normally, a moon druid would like make their some find them, some can use pre-established star maps, but many druids out in the wild don't have access to that kind of thing, so they create their own. And the idea is that as their knowledge of the star grows, they expand upon it on their own personal star map, and it sort of represents the growth of their own power. But Lyrengorn seems to be a center of star druids, and where they seem to dwell in interest for the Moonweaver.
Well, looks like I'll be meeting my grandmother. Shit. All right.
Last one.
Last one. Shit, where's the thing? On the thing. Sorry, I had this all written down. Vecna baby, circle of stars. All right. Yeah. What makes an oracle? What's involved in seeing the future, in manipulating things at any length, whether it's just a moment passed into the future or a good ways?
Make me a Arcana check.
The number of the night, 16.
Going really good tonight. The School of Divination, to be cut and dry about it. There are wizards who specialize in divination and receive more clear visions and do so much earlier than other people, but the School of Divination is accessible by many spellcasters, clerics, druids, divine casters can as well. The ability to see the future and divination also stems from the gods. So there is sort of two schools of thought which are part of like an ongoing philosophy between divination and arcane magic. When you use arcane magic, you're very much in control of it. It's yours, and you decide what you're capable of, and you use that power as you will. You have a lot of control. But divine users can receive powers beyond their skill level from their god. So it's sort of this like conflict of like knowledge versus faith, where it's like if I have faith in my god, they will send me what I need to know, and perhaps I'll learn more when I need to know, even if I'm not powerful enough. Whereas wizards are like, I don't care, I don't want this, I don't want to just know, I don't want to have to wait for someone to decide I get to know things, I'm going to learn it for myself. But at the end of the day, it's the School of Divination.
What about the little trick I do? Where I can sort of mess with fate.
And that is, and actually they reference the Observatory of Numenor, where divination was first created by study of the stars. That is where divination comes from. They say that the stars are the map of the future and of the gods, and by studying the stars, one might further understand divination. So the School of Magic, though, wrote down and copied and copied and copied second, third, fifth, sixth hand with wizards. The pure essence of divination comes from the stars. So it's sort of like learning firebending from Uncle Iroh or learning firebending from like a dragon. You know what I mean?
So is there an observatory, or does anyone study the stars here in Emon, or is that only in Western?
There are plenty of people who study the stars, but certainly the most prominent and the most public seers are those who study at the Observatory of Numenor. They, in fact, you can go in and most of them will like offer divination services to foresee omens and such for those people.
All right. Well.
And then, of course, there's the Arcane Panasophical, who hold the opposite view of, I want to know now and I will study it for myself and don't let anybody carry my fate. Other than, of course, the fate that I'm learning about through divination.
Yeah. That's, I sort of see it both ways, but it's the stars, that's literally what I do. You know what? I don't roll my cosmic omen today, so I'm going to roll it real quick.
Okay.
It's even. It's wheel.
Wheel.
It's alright.
Well,
those two rolls were so bad, they would have still been bad. They were like a 3 and a 4.
Well, I will say, Yvaine, you, quite uniquely to the rest of the world, kind of come from both backgrounds. You're sitting there going like, I kind of hold both, and you look and you see all of the Lyceum wizards training and the divination magics as you look through that section. But you come from a druid background, and you sort of learned your magics through just sort of this scroll, but also through a sort of primal, magical, primeval understanding of the natural world. But all at the same time, you like books, and you learn from books, and you go to the library and learn lore. So you kind of come from both back. You come from a druidic, naturalistic background, and learning the academic one. So, creature of two worlds.
Right. Well, I'm an odd duck. We knew that. That's my day.
Okay. You, Balthazar, and Alastere will leave. Let's see how satisfied they are with their work. Balthazar is not satiated. He, of course, wishes to return another day, if possible. But Alastere seems that he has learned some things that he hoped to have been here for.
Oh, does that pass just a day pass, or will my credentials get me in and out as I need?
We'll
Because
say
otherwise
that
I
like,
have to arrange credentials again.
we're gonna say that you have been allowed access until further notice on behalf of the Cobalt Soul Reserve. There might come a time where they'll be like, so, what is it that you're doing here? But until further notice, you can come and go as you please.
That is genius.
Excellent, excellent.
I will tell Balthazar, like, you can be my permanent library guest. I
Wonderful.
wouldn't have it any other way.
A lady does need an escort, and I will be happy to reap the benefits. Well, maybe I'm getting too happy, now that I think of it.
No such thing. It'll pass, don't worry. Oh!
It'll pass.
Oh! Balthazar, no! You've got to meet this paladin. His name is Xander. In his existence, he feels is so incredibly tragic. Now, first of all, it's very important to remember that he is like everything an underguard should be like. You know how incredible Finch is? But like
Right.
Finch is comfortable with themselves and doesn't necessarily feel like they need to be like, oh, I am a paladin of Bahamut, because you know that Bahamut, they know and everyone else knows, and so it's like a thing, right? So becoming
Right.
a paladin, it's like a really big deal, yeah? So their whole family is paladins, and Xander is the brother that's right closest in age to them. So Xander had made paladin, which is a really big deal, but then like 2 weeks later, they get word that Finch has made high paladin, and I mean, listen, when you fight, you know, with Restro, it's sort of a big deal. But Xander's very large, very significant achievement is sort of being overshadowed just because of timing. There was no one who did wrong. It was just sort of
happened.
yeah. So he's really struggling right now, and I felt immediately that he might be really good inspiration for you as you do your storytelling. He really is. It's unfortunate that he can't stand back and see himself, because he's every inch an underguard. You know what I'm saying?
I see. Well, I might be quite bold to say so. Indeed, it is a horrible, it's an unsavory thing when you make an achievement and it's overshadowed by your sibling, but I may say it's a tale as old as time. However, what isn't a tale as old as time is, well, Finch's story. Finch is this, the youngest, seems to be reluctant to accept power, in fact, in a very admirable way, in a very good for the sake of good kind of way, and has all of this background with being divine blood and all, and struggles with his family for being so, for being so venerated by the faith that the whole family cares so strangely, by being so, how to put it, for being so right with their faith and so focused on the right thing, it has drawn a wedge between them and their family. And I think that is the true tragedy. To have not sought power or recognition within their faith, but once they received it, it has made them struggle with the thing that they had altogether to begin with. How change makes us leave behind and takes from us.
Oh, that's
Also
incredible.
gives us. I've been wanting to do. I actually have been working on something for Nero. His story just sort of kind of slapped us in the face, not in a bad way, but sort of, it was right there, so immediately the inspiration was initial. But I've been wanting to go around to the rest of the Concordant and figuring out about all of you and your tragedies and writing something for all of you.
I'm really glad you're with us.
Oh, well. Well, thank you for saying so. And I'm glad to have been a part of all of your company. I've never been so glad you dragged me away from Australia. My parents weren't so glad.
That is a comedy of errors.
Comedy, huh? I suppose. Well, did I ever tell you that my mother works at the Humanor Observatory?
Oh shit, no.
Yes, she does. She does. My father's, the classic Goliath warrior was, but my mother works in the observatory.
I'm sorry if I offended your friends.
Offended?
Well, what I said about the headmistress, I'm sorry for being.
Oh! By no means. Students are supposed to hate their professors, aren't they? Well, some of them anyway.
I don't know. I I never studied it a lot. I mean, I'm literate and all, but
I mean, no, you're
There,
not
it's more
supposed to dislike
utilitarian.
You're not supposed to dislike your scribe tutors and such. You're supposed to like them a great deal.
and I
Speaking
do.
of which, how is your homework?
And it's been done. She's
You guys, yeah.
she's
Alistair's just like, he's a little lost in thought, about his own lord, his own work. Maybe even see him cast a couple spells on the way there. And yeah, let's hang out with someone else. Zarvog, let's loop back to you, my friend. Short rest achieved. Easily done.
Yeah. Let's see. What are we, about midday for me?
Sure, yeah, we'll say about midday.
All right.
Yeah, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I was going to go to I had looked previously when we'd been outside the, what do we call it, the Black Bastille.
Yep.
I'd been looking around for like the closest inn that I thought that like the guards or the staff of the Bastille might retire to after a shift at work. So I'd like to pop in there and kind of take a look around at the clientele and see if I can tell anybody that I think might be someone who's worked there or who works there now is fine.
As you're leaving, you will be I didn't write all their names down over here. You will be quickly, not quickly, but as you're sort of leaving, you do see the mighty Goliath, the Earthbreaker. Zarvolg, where are you going?
Oh, I came into town with a group. I have some other business to attend to.
I see. Not running away, are you?
Oh no, I'll certainly be back. I still mean to have the lessons that I came for. The sparring was definitely enjoyable, and I did learn a few small things, but what I really need some help on is I'd like somebody to walk me through some more hand-to-hand or melee combat related techniques, I suppose.
Inside. Well, when you come back, I think I have the perfect instructor in mind.
I look forward to it.
He just kind of looks down at you with like a mischievous look, and you head out.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, you get to your bar. You head on inside.
Hobgoblin violence.
You head to your tavern, and you do indeed walk in to see some very clear off-duty, similarly dressed in sort of, half-day clothes, half part of their armor, maybe even getting a drink at like lunch or between training or something like that. Very clearly, a guardsman's sort of home, not home, but watering hole, shall we say.
Sure. I will look for the one that I guess the most mature looking one there.
All right. Oh no. At the back of the room, and it's also worth noting that nobody here, and the biggest thing to determine someone's experience just on sight is scars.
Sure.
Someone's got a lot of scars because they've been in a lot of scraps. That's just how it is. You look around, you don't see a lot of people in a lot of, having a lot of scars or cuts or battle worn, but you do see this one old grizzled veteran of the guard, perhaps around the age of Finch's father, Military cut, little grizzled. He's definitely got some cuts and scrapes around. A little bit of a burn mark on the neck that sort of begins to hide under his cloak. He's probably like, he should be retiring soon. Is the point? He might even be a sort of a captain or something. He's sitting at the end of the bar. He's got his little cup of whiskey.
Good. I will approach him, and I'll say, "You mind if I buy you another one of those and bend your ear for a minute?"
Sure. Never say no to another drink.
My friends and I noticed some bounties hanging up outside of the Bastille, and I was wondering if you or anyone you know of might have been around long enough before the breakout that you have any information on any of the individuals that left at that time.
Make a persuasion check. I'll give you advantage because you're buying him a drink.
Oh, not bad for Zarvog for persuasion. 14.
14. Goes, you want to know about those bounties? I expect you, like all the others, want the big ones. Want the fat bounties. Yeah?
Well, certainly, but I figure as it was a while ago, and there's probably only so many people who were involved, and they were all incarcerated criminals, there's only so much information to go around. So I'd be happy to hear whatever anybody might know about the people who are in prison there. Any ideas on where they might have headed once they were able to escape?
Oh, I remember. You, I'm sure have heard of Thordak and his Chroma Enclave, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I was there when it all happened. I saw it when it all happened. The Black Bastille, when they attacked. They damaged it, you see. And that's why we're hunting these folks. That prison break happened. It destroyed part of the Black Bastille, and a number of the prisoners broke out. Thordak's breath himself that day, and he points to the burn on his neck. Broke off a part of it, and some of the most dangerous criminals got out. That's where that, Ilman Falcon Song and Belrim Deravar got out. Those two got out that day. They ran. But we suspect they got out of the city. We have some eyewitnesses claiming they made it outside the walls. Magic users, they're the most difficult to catch.
Do you remember any personal information about them while they were incarcerated, or does the Bastille have any records on them that we could take a look at?
We're not allowed to look at records. It's sealed, you see. I'm not even allowed to look at them, and I'm a captain.
Sure.
But I remember those two. The exiled one, the Ashari. Well, he used to be Ashari. He all played it sweet and innocent the whole way through, but I didn't trust him for a second. I remember he got attacked once in the mess hall, and he burned a man alive. He got out of his restraints somehow, and he conjured enough fire to, well, turn that poor shit to crisp in a couple of seconds. Never heard a man scream so much as when Falcon Song touched him with his flames. Damn Ashari magics. And, Bellerin fellow, very quiet. That sort of serial killery way, you know? They say they look just like anyone else, but I don't believe it. The real shitty ones. Well, you can tell. You look them in the eye and you know there's something horrible behind them. That's who that Bellerin fella is. Contempt for the living world. Never liked a soul that had any living meat on its bones. Like the undead more than like the living. That's why I talk to nobody. That's what I think. I think if you ever found this Zarvog, don't listen to a word he has to say. He's just trying to find a way to make your corpse undead for him to serve him. That's my proposal. Falcon Song fellow out. If it were up to me, you'd killed a lot of them. But I'll tell you something that not everybody knows, boy, because you bought me a drink and I like that. I definitely haven't told the last 10 people who bought me a drink either.
Good.
You know the most dangerous of them all, the biggest bounty?
Oh,
Ratu car.
yes.
Way I hear it, wasn't easy capturing them. See, they had to catch them and had very special requirements for their cell. We had to feed them blood to keep them alive, but they didn't escape when the Chroma Enclave attacked. No, they were there. They were there after the Chroma Enclave fell. They managed to stay alive in there by feeding on the blood of the other cellmates, but they never escaped. One day we came to the cell and it simply vanished. Vanished like the wind. Magical restraints and all were gone. It's like they just turned to mist and slipped through the bars.
Interesting. And you, I don't suppose you've heard any stories since then on where they might have gone?
Well, it's any telling where they all gone, you know? We haven't heard much of blood-drained bodies anywhere, but we keep an eye out. Because it was a vampire, you see, Carr. The vampire. A cruel one and the most dangerous mass murderer Tal'Dorei ever did. So you keep an ear out for, you know, people being drained of their blood. They've probably been there. Listening for people, pyromania and such from the Ashari fellow. Yes, me probably went to one of those, the Scar of the Cinder King, maybe, and got harbored by them fire Asharis. Who knows?
That's kind of what I was thinking, right? The Ashari are going to be drawn to such places.
Exactly. Drawn to a place where there's lots of fire. And who's to say that his kin from past times would take him in? Who's to say? Sympathizers and such. And as for this Felrin individual, well, he could only be in any crypt from this shore to the last. That's where I'd find him. Somewhere amongst the dead. Someplace with arcane lore, perhaps. I bet he's a part of those remnants now. Trying to bring back Vecna.
Thank you. You've been very helpful. You always know a good old head when I see one.
Well, if you want to know anything else, I'm always willing to get a drink.
You stop by here regularly.
I've been a regular for the last 20-something years.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Captain Jackson Dassalo.
My name's
Yeah, that's fast on that.
Zarvog the Grim.
Zarvog. You buy fine whiskey, Zarvog.
All right. I will probably see you again. If we turn up any other additional information, I might come by to rattle your cage again and see if it stirs up any other memories.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
All right. And off we go.
As you leave, the bartender comes over, gets another drink, and Captain Dassalo probably looks at him and goes, "What do you think? Was my voice deeper than his, or his more than mine?" He goes, "Oh, no one's got a deeper voice than you, Captain Dassalo," and walks away.
Right. Here's a veteran voice.
Yeah. Where next, Zarvolg?
After that, I assume. I think if I had anything else in mind. Oh no, I'll probably show up for some glass blowing lessons.
Okay, yeah. You show up for and says, "Where have you been?"
I have other things to do around town.
You haven't been doing what I told you not to do, have you? You haven't been around the Arbiter's Promenade like I told you.
Oh, I didn't go anywhere near the damn furnace.
What? What furnace? Hey, shut up! Just get back to work! And he'll teach you class boring. On some shitty background fire thing that isn't. No, just imagine there's a furnace. Stop complaining. Is what he'll say a lot. Alright.
That's it for me for today. Until
Alright.
dinner, I suppose.
Fair enough. What about Finch, Nero, or Ember? Do you guys have any other plans for the day?
I don't think so. I think I'd spend most of the time like connecting with Beverly, doing training and stuff. So I think I'm good.
Cool. She learns her, you know, her dragon god lore, and she's getting better. She's getting better. She might even earn her first level at some point here. Who knows? But she's training. She's learning. Definitely know when you want to, you know, nothing that you want to put her up against the danger that you've been through at this point. But you know, she's getting the basics of it. You swing the sword, and you're training her to be a paladin, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like too at some point, which we don't have to role play, but like I feel like you had said as far as like talking about like Bahamut, that obviously makes sense. Like I would have conversations with her about that, and I feel like too at this point, like there's been enough mention of like my oath, and like I'm assuming that like in paladin lore, like it's understood that there are different oaths that like individuals can pledge themselves to. So I feel like at this point she would at least receive some kind of education on not only the different oaths, but kind of like a high level of like what they mean, and also like what it means to be like an oath breaker. So I'm not trying to like influence her as to like, you know, when that time comes, like what she should choose, because that's all like a very personal like decision for every paladin to make. But I feel like at this point there's been enough discussion like with my own backstory for her to like have knowledge of like what my oath is, what the other oaths could be, and what it means to like betray that.
Understood. She will learn of it and, you know, listen to you intensely and definitely with a little fear in her eye as you speak of oath breakers. And as she learns of the different oaths, she seems to be definitely drawn to the oath of conquest.
Vengeance.
Vengeance. No, none of that. She's you know, she's interested in sort of your footsteps. But the Oath of Devotion and the Oath of the Crown are probably the two that she gravitates to.
Mm-hmm.
For most interest.
Makes sense. Yep. She's a long ways off, but I feel like, yeah, it's enough. We've reached a point where it makes sense for her to be educated on that.
Absolutely, and you'd probably be absolutely right. As your trainer was like, he's like, listen, the oath isn't a big deal. You just gotta find which ones go. You just gotta find the oath that gives you the best tenants to step around. You know what I mean? Like, it's good to follow the tenants, but you gotta make sure they don't get in the way of fun. It's like, so she didn't give you a very classical training.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not gonna bullshit you like the priests, alright? You wanna have fun, like, do whatever you want, just make sure that you can still have fun while you do them. If you really like lying, like, don't do the oath of, like, devotion, like, come on. And she just, you know, but it's possible. It just kind of gives you that. And you sort of hear her in your mind, you're like, no.
I feel like the more that I mature, the more like I reflect on these things, and I'm just like realizing just like the fact that she was very like blasé about a lot of things.
And like as innocent and as kind as it was, it very much does represent sort of in opposition the sort of philosophy your second oldest brother takes on everything, about how, you know, the Church of Bahamut doesn't really take itself as seriously as it possibly should, where the titles of knights are just that, titles. They're not, it doesn't call you to anything grander or any higher set of enlightened chivalry, which it should, and she very much isn't opposed to that. She would disagree with that philosophy and be like, you know, I just want to kick ass, is basically what she would say.
Well, she's changed oaths as well. I had to double check and look that up. So I feel like I could also make mention of that like, not saying like what you choose is like obviously like as you grow as a person over time, because she was Oath of Devotion and she's now Oath of Vengeance. So
yeah.
yeah, I guess as people like grow and evolve, like one's oath can change, but I feel like I would articulate it in such a way where it's not like one day you can choose this and one day you can choose that. Like if one chooses to like change their path, it involves like quite a bit of like, work
Yeah.
to get towards that, to get towards that point.
Yeah, and from your knowledge, the changing of an oath is very there must be something very significant to happen.
Like significant, yeah.
Yeah, like in Kima's time, the Chroma Enclave attacked, and tons of people died, and the world was, for all intents and purposes, on fire. So, extreme times can sometimes call paladins to extreme things, such as the changing of an oath, but it's not something that's looked on lightly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what Finch does. What about Nero and Ember?
Nero and Ember, like if Ember would be interested, they're like having lunch, they rested up, had a drink or two, and they're going through smaller bounties, like ones like they're not like the big three or whatever. Like they're looking for them. Like, okay, who needs a cave? Who needs a cave filled with goblins to be cleared out? Who has somebody stole my sheep? Something like, because Nero understands, like he could use the cash.
Oh, I think Ember's frozen on us. Oh no,
No,
he's just looking at the
No. I was just puzzling. Yeah, I mean, it's looking at those smaller items. If there's something that's exceptionally bite sized, then maybe. But I'm not a skilled tracker. That's all Zarvog. So we'll wait until he shows back up, see what he thinks.
And I
know
also
my area of expertise, that ain't it.
and I also ask Ember about, like we've been talking about, like the other members of the group getting his perspective on them, like, and he also brings up about how Yvaine, she's this she's a druid with the Ashari, but she's also this scholar. She's a bookworm, basically. Am I right?
She's a very learned young woman. Surprisingly so. I mean, not surprising that she's a learned woman. Surprising that somebody
you stopped in with that one, buddy.
From a very rustic and isolated background has the breadth of knowledge that she has, which is an indication of her passion for information and knowledge.
Nero says, like, well, it makes sense to me. Like, Ashari who go off to travel new lands, they're filled with a type of wanderlust. They're just interested in seeing the world. Really, Nero knows from experience. How good is she with as a scholar, as in research?
She's fantastic.
Could she be good at looking up stuff like me, lack of a better term?
I can guarantee you that is already on her research agenda.
Well, remind me to ask her later. But and he takes one last drink and asks. The big problem with that is I get the sense she really doesn't like me.
You needed a little polish. You came in with a set of circumstances that butted up against our recent circumstances. Those in return had some emotional fraught for Yvaine, and I'm certain that additionally colors that perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks.
And
Me.
and Yvaine is a very caring person. The people that she is loyal to, she's very loyal to. And that's what you rubbed exactly the wrong way.
I managed to piss her off of all people.
You couldn't have done a better job at that if you had been actually trying to.
Like, great. Nero Duskwell, professional thief, mage of arcane power, excellent
Annoyer
pissing
of
people off.
powerful druids. Congratulations.
Me and druids have an interesting history, you know.
Well, the short version is, I think once we get you acclimated to not having to live a life of crime and from hand to mouth, I think that'll ameliorate things some. And with the variety of things that we're interested in trying to do and situations to help or improve, I think you have a set of skills that will be really germanely beneficial. And I think once that's established, that will help matters a great deal. By all means, I think your background in raising has put you in a position where you're forced to try very hard. And go easy.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is go easy.
Yeah, he Nero looks Nero suddenly takes a drink when he starts bringing up his background a little bit, but otherwise than that, he'll say, when someone's at the bottom of a pit, I'll teleport him out of there. How about that? And I think that should be it for our conversation or segments, Ryan.
And and based on that, I do want to try to make sure that Nero's cup is filled the entire time and with top flight stuff.
All right. You drink Nero?
It's
been a while
we're
since
gonna
you've had
walk
top
him
shelf
right
stuff.
over into the This is how you end up with a tattoo you're not expecting to get.
Ah.
Nero throws a couple back. He's drunk his fair share in life, you know.
Make me a con save to see how you've been doing.
That's why
trying
I'm
to affect my decision making, huh?
No, not at all.
I don't know what you're talking about. 15?
Yeah.
You're like... I'll say when the party shows up, you're like in that tipsy, getting to like the outwardly drunk sort of vibe there. You've been Ember's been sort of feeding them to you, so you're starting to you're feeling loose for sure.
Yeah,
feeling loose for sure. You're not getting dizzy or anything, but you're getting loose for sure.
Yeah.
I'll say that you're at disadvantage for ability checks as of right now. You're just a little too loose.
Okay, I get it. And we keep talking, and he has a sandwich or whatever. But yeah, we keep.
Yeah. Make sure that you have food, but just keep putting the liquid in. There you go.
Exactly, and he's and Nero's like, "Hey man, I almost had you, you know."
Oh, absolutely.
Like I was supposed to know you had an all-seeing flaming hand up, hide in your back pocket. You know.
Everybody has tricks. Those are
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, that'll do for our segment, I think.
Okay. With that, the party will show up in the evening. Those who are out, Yvaine and Zarvolg. You guys show up. Yeah, you probably think you're like, hell yeah, like I've made it with Nero. I gotta work on the other three, but I'm working with Ember. You're like, I'm fucking Ember's my bro now. He's buying me all these drinks and shit. Fuck.
He's
I feel pretty
I mean,
good.
his drinks are probably on the house, but yeah, 1 down, 3 to go.
Yeah, you feel pretty good about yourself. Zarvold and Yvaine, you show up. Finch, you're done with school for the day. You let Beverly go and do something that doesn't. Well, she's had a variety of stuff. She had her gym time, you know. But she goes off and just kind of like does her thing. And yeah, you guys all up at the rousing spark, and Nero's a little in his cups. Not too deep, but a little.
Yeah, he sees Beverly walk by, like, keep kicking ass, kiddo. You ass, kiddo. You go far one day.
I don't know what you just said. What did you say?
Keep kicking ass, kid. You'll go far one day.
Oh, okay.
There was an
Thanks.
encouragement.
Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nero.
Mr. Nero, sound like an old man when she says that.
Zarvog will kind of gesture to the probably Emma, right?
Yeah, Emma's working tonight.
Yeah, keep him coming. And kind of point to Nero.
I think she's got she's not a fool, you know. She works at a tavern, and she's kind of maybe Ember's been doing it, and this is Ember's friend. So she's like, I mean, he's grown up after all, and he's an adult, make his own decisions about things, and we'll keep the cups coming, and roll me another con save, Nero.
Okay. Yeah, he's got.
He's my drinking chart here.
Yeah, he's tried the wine and the whiskey. He might try gin this time.
Okay.
Oh,
Always a great idea.
I know,
Fine.
disgusting. What are you, an 80-year-old man?
What gin? Is there a problem with gin?
Yeah, gin's gross, dude.
Yeah, God, this is crap. Nothing gets you, man. This is terrible.
None taken, it's gin.
Yeah, bring on the bourbon.
Okay, go me your concept.
Okay, another one. 13.
13? We're gonna jump you a couple and say, we're gonna say that you're hammered at this point. Like, Zarvolg's like, keep him coming, baby. And, knowing what's going on here. So, you're on the 3rd level of drunkenness. You have the following detriments. You have disadvantage on ability checks, as you know. Your speed is halved due to dizziness. You have disadvantage on saving throws going forward, including these drunk constitution saving throws. And as of now, you also have disadvantage on attack rolls. You also assume a drunk personality, and if you fail your save by 10 or more going forward, you will vomit.
Oh no.
So please roll me a d10 to determine... I roll a d10, you roll a d10, I'll let you pick which persona you'd like to take on for the night, as you are drunk enough that you're not Nero anymore. You're drunk Nero, who is a different person. As we all know, we all have a different identity.
Oh, yeah. I had one last night.
I think this is the D10.
A quick room check. Is Jasper here? Is Cressida here?
Jasper's always here.
an 8.
Cressida is here.
Okay.
An 8. So you may choose between the two. The one that I rolled is sloppy drunk. Highly likely to spill your drink on someone else or anything else you touch. Constantly belching with intermittent farting, which can be hilarious. Completely unaware of wardrobe malfunctions or how loud your voice is. You're stumbling all over the place and need someone else's help to really get anywhere. And you rolled a what?
An 8.
An 8. You or... Oh no.
What are you getting these tables, dude? I need to know that.
The kleptomaniac personality.
Oh no!
There's a lot of really neat stuff here, stuff you'd really like to have, but they're probably not for sale. That's okay. If you're discreet enough, maybe you could just slip it into your pocket and walk away all nonchalant. No one will notice, right?
Oh
You may pick between these two personas.
I think he was going sloppy drunk to play it safe. It's metagaming a little bit.
That's a wise choice to not get your hands broke.
Coward. You choose sloppy drunk. So as you're drinking, you're a little, it's a little spilling. You're like, Ember. You're like doing this with the cup, and it's spilling off the edge a little bit.
I recount a story like I almost had that red-haired bastard. Let me tell you.
Yeah, to the guy like right next to Ember.
In a loving, he says it in a loving way.
You guys all see this, that Nero's maybe not the drunkest. There might be some people competing for drunkest in the bar, but Nero's getting up there.
I think I might know where to start looking for our fire mage.
Oh, that's good news.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. Where can we begin?
Well, you're not starting anything tonight, my friend. You might as well finish off.
No, I'm not. No.
So Yvaine's got a cognac. But yeah,
And
and
you're
I'll pay
paying for
for
these,
it.
4 copper each. Yep.
Oh no, cognac. That's the top shelf. So that's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's call that yeah, we're gonna call that something bigger.
Spends one
Oh, 2
day at
silver.
university and moves from beer to cognac.
Right.
Academics.
I love it so much.
Yvaine's got like she's got like a sweater. She's got like a Alabaster Lyceum sweater now.
Yes.
Never actually went.
I went to Harvard.
I've got a beanie, a backpack with like a patch
All
on
the
it.
merch. All the merch.
All the
merch.
merch.
All the merch.
Balthazar does too. He's just
I
like
know
he's
all
just
the secrets in the
monochromatic except for
architecture.
the sweater.
You know the Disney tours where they tell you all the secrets of the architecture? She did the tour. She knows all the secrets in the architecture.
She can point out all the hidden Mickeys. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I love it so much.
Okay.
Given that we're in the dock ward, I'm assuming that I may be familiar with a place that does the shipboard personal adornment. Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Before he gets to the point that he's not at least self-ambulatory to a degree.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than having to carry somebody who's passed out.
Yeah. Luckily, the docks are a little fishy. No pun intended. So you should be able to get him in there without anyone having too much of a moral issue with it. And Nero, everything's great. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
the whole Aroura Concordant wants to be your buddy tonight. They're buying me drinks.
I'm getting people on my side. Things are finally looking up for Nero. I was in jail a couple days ago, but now I'm out. I'm happy and drunk.
Alastere sort of leans over the bar from across the bar and this is like, yeah, don't tell him it's from me. I'm not getting him too low. To Emma. And she's like, okay. And she bring over 2 more drinks, make me 2 con saves. Disadvantage.
Okay. Oh no.
If you drink them, of course.
It's 10 on 1. Disadvantage. The lower one was 10.
Okay. Well, I need both of them. Both
Okay,
of them at
and,
disadvantage.
one. Get the other one.
So 10 and...
Oh no. My high roll was a natural 20. The other one is a 9.
Oh no. I will be somewhat merciful, but you will still fail and move to the next level. You are blackout drunk. You will not remember anything from here on out. In initiative, you act under the effects of the confusion spell,
Oh
except
no.
acting normally in line with your drunk persona.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're not necessarily non-violent. This effect ends if you drop below the cone. You don't need to worry about that. Failing a save by 5 or more results in vomiting.
Okay. Now you are prepared.
Yeah, now the best part is that he's not going to remember it. You guys are like, yeah, he's not remembering anything from here on out.
Zarvolg, grab him by the chin
Yeah.
and turn him to face me and
Yeah.
pull down my one tusk and be like,
Yeah.
see that? And it has
Yeah.
the symbol
Yeah.
of,
See all 3 of them.
has the symbol of the Aroura Concordant on it. And he says, we've all got one. You want to be a member of the group, you got to go get marked.
Like, okay, I can do it, sure. I've got plenty before. He's had like Nero's had tattoos before. He can do it.
Yeah, you're like,
Where would you find a place? Come
bring
on.
it on, man. Fantastic. Incredible. All right, you guys go out for a little midnight adventure.
And I absolutely grab Alastere and Balthazar, and I'm like, you're coming, yes, you're coming. You're not just staying here, right?
You know, make a persuasion check.
I'm terrible at persuasion.
8. Balthazar says, I need to get a little performance in tonight. I need to make
Of course.
of course. Okay. Alastor says, are you going to do something cruel and unusual to him?
I mean, we're about to tattoo him as a tramp stamp that says "World's Greatest Thief," and I was going to put a raven in the back of it just to remind him.
That'll do. And
How's
he
he
will.
supposed to see it?
That's the point, I think.
That's the point.
It absolutely is.
Oh yeah, you know how you see it? The next time you get someone in bed is good. That's how you see it. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? You're gonna be like, oh no. I have no idea where that came from. Okay, you guys all head up to the street. Nero's like all over the place. He's like falling all over. Like the
He
three
took a
of
drink
you.
with him. He took a bit of a drink with him, I guess.
We'll say that's the other drink that Alastor gave you. Just to be a little merciful here. And you make your way down the street. You're making friends with Alastor too? This is the best lady of your life, dude. You came as well?
Alastor, you mean-looking motherfucker.
Mean?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's me.
You got some. You're not such a stiff after all. Good to know. And I give him a big pat on the back. Like,
Wow.
what you want one too? Come on.
One what?
Come on, we're gonna come on, this initiation. Come on, it's getting tatted up.
Oh,
man.
I'm not as brave as you are, Nero.
he's-
Not as brave as you are.
He's actually not.
I've not been quite as initiated as you are, Nero. You're far superior to me in status in this group.
Yeah,
This is yours.
technically, yeah.
This is your
I guess-
moment.
Okay.
This
okay,
is your
Raven,
moment.
Okay, Raven Boy. Okay,
This
Raven
is
Boy wants
your
to be a chicken.
moment.
Okay,
I am
then.
not a bard. I won't sing.
He's like, strength. Every time Nero opens his mouth.
Patience
See,
is a
like,
virtue. Patience is a virtue.
just
As he
dagger
pulled
back
up the
away.
sword, I put his hand, put it back in, no.
Okay, you're right. He just has like a dagger. It's a very fine and probably magic dagger, but he just. You're right.
Good looking dagger, man.
His time will come. And you guys make your way. I'm sure Ember, no real check required. I'm sure you've heard about the most, shall we say, flexible of artists down in the docks. You guys make your way in. Let's see who we got. All at the we have ourselves perfect. You guys walk in to see this very sort of like short hair, buzz cut, sort of flopped over pink hair. She's definitely older, sort of an older gnome. She's this little gnome with a pink flop hair, buzz cut, and she's covered like neck, arms. She wears like a tank top. She's like this like tomboy, old, a little muscly for a gnome, and is and she's just like, yeah, she's about as rough and tumble a gnome as you've ever seen. She's just covered in like fucked up dark sailory tats. And you probably, do you think you've ever been here before, Ember? You think you've ever needed her services before?
Not for myself, but I probably helped other people doing this exact same thing for their friends in the past.
You come in and she goes, Ember, welcome. I didn't know you were back in town.
Recently arrived, and as happens would be, we have a brand new friend who's in need of your services.
Ah, we're gonna do another midnight special, are we?
Yes, we are.
I see. She walks up to Nero, says, well, what is your name, young man?
Nero. Oh. Nero.
Okay.
Dawson.
All right.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is she like a gnome or
a gnome?
Human? A gnome. Good to meet you, ma'am. That's really fucking good on you, you know? Wow. Like he starts looking at her tats and everything.
She goes, yeah, you're right. You're quite right. Acquired these over a long time. Well, I'll tell you what. You look tired from the walk. Why don't you just do me a big favor? You sit right down over there, and it's one of those like tattoo chairs. It's like it's not a normal chair. It's like for the back tattoo. Like it's got the armrests and everything on the front. Like holds you on the chest. Like it's very clearly not a normal chair, but you can decide if you pick that up or not in your blacked out state.
Okay, yeah,
she goes, you go over there, I'll get you some water and maybe even a bucket.
Okay, yeah, I gotta show you. Yeah, he wanders over there, but he tells the others, I gotta show you the other ones I got.
Oh, yeah, hey, give me a moment. You show me all the tattoos you want in a second. She winks at Ember.
And I'll tell the others later in a sec.
Yeah, she wanders in the back. She gets her tools out.
And everything.
Yeah, you start...
Yvaine is right next to Ember.
Yeah, she goes into the back. She to Ember or whoever to come over. He's like, okay, what are we doing?
World's greatest thief in block letters across, right above the tattoo of his ass, with a large raven with wings spanning over.
Okay. I'll give you a discount if it's in Gnomish.
Sure, why not?
You know something? Sure.
Excellent. And she'll just okay, we'll do something like this, a little over here, and it's very rough. She says, "Don't worry, it's gonna look a lot better when I actually going for the job." But this is generally what I'm thinking.
Enjoy your canvas, Sam. Enjoy your canvas. Don't feel
okay.
Confined.
And I'd like a little shield symbol with 3 letters into it. TAC.
TAC. All right. This in common.
That would be fine.
Okay. So TAC in common, world's best thief, gnomish, raven in the background, something like this. You want it colored in? You want the raven shade colored in?
Sure. We might as well splurge.
Might as well splurge. All right. So if we're doing a tramp stamp. For a tramp stamp, I say, I don't know how to price that, but we'll say they're expensive. Tattoos are expensive. So let's call it 5 gold.
Okay. Sold.
Give me the discount for the gnomish.
I'll walk Nero to the chair while they're back with the tattoo artist, and kind of grumble in his ear. All right, now listen, sit down, quiet down. You've had a lot to drink, so you're gonna be bleeding all over the place. Just close your eyes and try to be quiet.
Hey man, look, this is not my first rodeo. Okay, look, this is not the I've had crazy stories drunk. Okay, big guy. I'm pointing to him and all 3 of his tusks. Okay. And I ask him about Zarvog.
Yeah.
Can you, Zarvog? Buddy, one more thing. Look, like I know I'm new. I know. Look, by the way, I'm sorry about the thing in the alley. Okay, you had a dagger in near my belly, and I panicked. Okay, I'm sorry about that. First of all,
We'll get past it.
and second thing, I know the other ones for the group, and I hate being burdened and everything, but can I ask one more other request?
What is it?
Like and he points to like the inner part of his forearm, like right here. He asks, can that really can the tatted up gnome lady, can she put a warhammer there?
We will see. Let's start with the big one first.
Yeah, thank you. It's actually kind of personal. Yeah, actually, it's actually but it's a personal thing.
I'm sure that's a tribute that Finch will appreciate.
Finch and Finch and other people, like I'll tell you the other stories for the others when I get back, and he'll tell you, and he starts taking his stuff off.
I imagine a Finch and Alastere like at the back of the room, just like
Exactly that. Yeah,
Beverly's like, I don't know. This is kind of. I mean, he's really. Are we sure this is okay, Finch?
It's fine. I feel like I don't know if I would want to bring Beverly. I feel like
okay.
Was it late? Like I feel like I would have like sent her along to like either like you said, we were done studying, so like she could either run around and like play or enjoy herself or just like stay at the tavern.
Beverly, I got you a new coloring book.
She's not that young, okay?
Go to your room, Beverly. Mom and Dad need to talk. Go to your room, Beverly.
She's like 15, right? Yeah.
Nah, she's like 15. She's not a coloring book.
Yeah.
But you like, I don't know. You get her something. They're for everyone. Yeah, you get her something. You're like, look, I got you a new wooden sword, and I got you some paint. She's like, oh boy, and like runs off and goes and does that. You're the best, Finch. And but anyway, we return back to the scene of the crime, and yeah, the gnome like gets in her little chair, sort of like gets into position.
Okay, good to meet you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet you. You're the one in charge here.
Oh, you betcha, young man. All right, hold still.
Okay, and he's just gonna ramble off real fast. The tattoos he's gonna have on his upper body at least. I'll make this quick. You see a snake winding. For those who are watching, you see a snake winding across his left forearm, ending with its head on the back of his hand, like right here between like the middle of the hand and the wrist. There is a crossbones on his upper right arm, because of course there is. You put that there. On the other upper left arm, there are actually like 3 daggers in a circle pointing towards each other on the upper left arm. And you can see his chest. Like I'm assuming he's got his shirt off and everything now. You also might see over like the chest. You see like the upper like right chest, like right here, about here. Here, I guess, is seemingly some kind of like phrase of some kind in a language. I don't know if any of you know.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd have your shirt off to get a tramp stamp.
Because like he takes his shirt off. He took his shirt off.
He's a sloppy drunk.
Yeah.
He's not paying attention to what he's wearing.
Okay, his shirt's like half on. He's got like one arm out of it, like the other half. Like
at this point, he's lost track and probably thinks he's getting the full back. She's like, I mean, I'll do it.
Guys,
we're just lucky he stopped at the shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he asks the lady, like, can you just add like a warhammer, like right here, just like right here. For him. Please, thank you very much. I'm sorry to like this a last minute thing, but
oh yeah, you keep going.
It's special to me, please.
Oh yeah, sure.
All right.
And you
guys, like he gives you guys the rest for the thumbs up. Like that, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Lean forward, quiet down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a bucket there if you need it.
Okay, got it. Woo! Like, should he roll to not puke one last time real fast?
At this point, she's already like a quarter of the way in. You've just been like, yeah, I gotta look at my thing out, and you're like trying to get your shirt off and whatever. and she's already like going at it, and and in this moment you real like you've been drunk, so you've been like not noticing, and then suddenly you're very keenly aware of the poking and prodding into your lower back. She goes, "Okay, this is the tailbone. This is gonna hurt."
Ow!
Go ahead and roll a con save.
Okay, con save. See, how aware is he?
Pretty aware now. Go ahead and take disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Hang on. The low one is 21.
21. That's really good. You it hurts a bit. You feel a little lightheaded, but you're fine. You're good.
Yeah, I'm doing
you're totally
fine.
good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, keep it coming. Got it.
Uh-huh.
What's your name, ma'am?
Yeah.
Again, ma'am?
Don't worry about it. No, I'm kidding. I hate fucking. Her name is. She says. I'm Keely. Oh my god! What a fucking.
Keely.
name.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
He's not gonna remember the
Isidra.
last name.
I'm Keely Isidra, but people around here call me Car. That's stupid. No, my name's Keely with a Q.
Keely. Keely. Keely the Q. Got it.
Yep, that's right, honey.
Oh yeah, got it. Thanks.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
Yeah. Man,
Keeps
I've
going.
had a crazy week, you know.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Absolutely, and he just begins rambling to her.
She goes, yeah, that's really cool, and just like keep working at it. She goes, this is pretty good work.
And he has the last of his drink.
Yep. Make me a con save at disadvantage.
Okay. Nine.
Nero's going, yeah, you wouldn't believe I was locked in the back hospital and I was.
Yeah.
And he like throws up into the bucket nearby, and you guys are like, ah, and then you're like, hey, you all right, Nero? And he's just,
Oh, I'm good.
he's no man, you're out.
I was gonna tell him. I was thinking of like a cool story to tell.
You're unfortunately with that last drink, you are now considered comatose. You have fallen unconscious.
I was
for the
like,
next couple
I was gonna
hours.
show you guys a story about what the thing on the chest was about.
But alas, you done drunk too much, my boy. You pass out in that moment. She goes, wow, that's crazy. It feels like it's been years. And just keep going.
Yvaine says, all right, Finch, you're on standby. Make sure he doesn't die.
He is breathing. He is alive. He has some...
Okay.
We almost lost Monty to alcohol poisoning, you may recall. So I'm just wanting to make sure. I'm actually paying attention this time instead of shooting things.
Fair enough. Make a medicine check to see what Nero's
He wants to tell you a story.
But he is unfortunately unconscious.
He wanted to tell you a story.
14.
18.
18 and 14. You guys start like looking him over, checking his pulse and everything. He is alive. He's just unconscious. He'll be back in a couple hours. He won't be very happy for it because his brain will hurt as it does. You know that like he's pretty fucking deep in his cups. If someone were to continue to force feed him alcohol, there's a good chance he could die. Like he's pretty drunk. But he is comatose and thus has lost the ability to feed himself more. So this is the body's natural protection mechanism against itself, I guess. So he'll be fine in a couple hours if
I'm just
deeply sore.
I'm gonna leave this out here. Slight metagame. They might have other tattoos he hasn't told you about.
That's fine. We're not gonna go looking.
Quick question though. What languages does everybody know?
You don't know?
Yeah, you don't know.
Does anybody know Orcish?
Might.
You might be able to read what's on his chest.
Yeah, he's physically on his chest though. So
Yeah.
no.
Half dice. So, yeah. Nero's out, and it takes another little while, maybe 20, 30 minutes to complete it, but in the end she says, basically the gnomish version of voila. She says it in another language, but French doesn't actually exist. So she's like, whoop-de-doo! And you guys see, indeed, a raven juxtaposed behind a gnomish script that could mean anything. Hopefully she wrote what you asked her to. With that little seal with the TAC off to the side there. She says, okay, well,
That was
I'm
perfect.
happy. We're all happy? All right, we're good? Ooh, I should roll to see if she did a good job.
Oh no.
Actually,
she did a pretty good
I'll front her another 5. Put the warhammer on his arm.
Yeah.
He asked
All right.
for it.
Are we talking like here? And she gets out another piece of paper, and she draws like an initial one that's very much like almost like graffiti like, where it's just like it's a very like, you know, kind of we might find in the back of like.
I'm gonna
yeah.
use minor illusion. This is Finch's warhammer.
Yeah.
That's the one we want on his arm.
Make it just like
Okay, I see. There's some kind of special connection here. I get it. All right, no, sir. I understand.
He gave a brief description of it, I think.
All right, we'll call this one. Let's call this one 7 gold. 7 gold.
Fair enough.
Put 2 more in there. There's no gnomish to put in
Like,
there. Okay.
I guess you turn him over or whatever. You can see the thing on his chest. It's a.
She's like, all right. Does someone flip him over? Someone help me flip him over here.
Yeah, I'll help you flip him over.
Kind of roughly gets the arm in position. She's like, all right, okay, let's go to work. And another half an hour to 45 minutes later, a pretty. Oh, we'll roll for it. You know, it's not like a perfect script, like a perfect representation of Finch's arm, but it is certainly definably Finch's warhammer. She's the tattoo artist you found at midnight who's willing to do tattoos for a small discretionary fee. This isn't the best work you're going to find in Emon, and I think that's part of the draw. And
it's the convenient one that we can get.
Exactly. This is the dollar tree of tattoo artists. Maybe even a little more shady than that.
The sheen of tattoo artists.
Yeah, there you go. So exactly. So it's there. It's not like perfectly parallel, and it isn't wickedly detailed. It's not anyone's gonna look at it and go, "Oh, the detail is so cool. I want one." But it's cool, and it's Finch's warhammer.
And when we walk him back, we're just gonna tie his shirt like around his neck, like Superman cape style. We'll just walk him back.
Don't forget my coat.
Put him to bed.
So you drag him along the streets. You throw him in his bed.
Like you hear him mumbling some stuff about like a funny story about each tattoo and everything, about how like
yeah, you mumble. That's fine.
You hear something about something about his chest. He wanted to tell you about it, but oh well, that's a story for another day.
Exactly. And with that, he is thrown into his bed to and all of you
roll
leave
him on
him
his side so he doesn't
to-
choke on his vomit.
Yes, I'm sure. And all of you leave him to recover. Is there anything? And Alastere says, well, all I have to say is thank you for letting him forevermore remember that death is coming for him.
Yvaine's just got this shit-eating grin on her face.
Nothing brings me greater pleasure than to know I have my revenge.
It was a good night. God, it was a good night. Thank you for it. Just what a great day. What a great day, everyone. What a great day.
Here's to all of you, the Aroura Concordant, and all the people you meet along the way.
And
And
all
their
the friends
lives
you
better
meet along
for
the
it.
way.
Yes, all the friends you meet along the way, and their lives bettered for it. And he'll buy you guys around. Yeah, is there anything else you guys would all like to do or chat about or whatever tonight?
While we were in this place, I'd probably say, so, Exotharcoon's a vampire. There's a bounty out for them. I know a guy who knows things about vampires. He just kind of stares at Alistair.
I do. I do, in fact, know a great deal.
That might be a little over our head if half the stories are true about vampires in general, that might be over our head.
Right
It
now,
is. It is to be over your head, I'm afraid to say. I have had many of my order try to track this individual down, and none have made it back. It is the hunt itself is a curse. I didn't say that to make it sound cool for you, Zarvolg. I mean it. It's not a good idea.
No, I understand. I got a few details about this today myself, but I think we have some other more immediate matters to which we can more easily attend.
oh, 100%,
Yes. You all have
100%, but all knowledge
Sorry?
is useful.
Indeed. By Soren. Any plans for her? I know that's why you're here in the first place.
Tomorrow, high top.
I think that sounds like a good plan.
It'll be late to the
Oh.
top.
At which point I will give Zarvog and Finch and Yvaine a breakdown of the duel that Nero and I had. The capabilities, the darkness, the invisibility, the arcane bolt with a variety of different available energy types. It was really a very good skill set. I was particularly impressed by the invisibility, and I forget what he called it, but the ability to transport somebody 90 or 120 feet from here to there, which I'm thinking the climb the cliff for the hunters where we just got peppered by shot at from above. That would have been way handier then.
Yeah, don't any of you tell him I said this, but some of that does sound rather useful.
No, absolutely. We'll want to tell him to stay away from me in battle then, since, I glow. Was that all?
That's everything that I parsed. I mean, other than that, we had a relatively pleasant day.
I'm going to brief them quickly on what I learned in the library, just in general, but I'm going to focus in on Lyrengorn, actually, and on my scroll, give them the background of what it is, and say, I limit myself to the star charts. I don't speak the language anyway, and if it's going to drive me mad, I haven't needed to. There's been nothing so pressing. It's not like I don't have other things to learn right now. But I did learn that most druids make their own charts. So I'm going to start putting effort into that. There's a group of stars druids in Lyrengorn, which is it's basically where my mum is from. So if we're going to go to Terra at some point, and I need to let you know, the only reason I'm sort of thinking, hey, let's go to Terra is because it's on the way to Ivengorn. Otherwise, I'm going to see what I can do from here. And yeah, so I'd sort of briefed him about the scroll.
Okay.
Zarvolg, how was your day? Tell me everything.
Yeah. How did your training session go?
Oh, so he pulls his cloak aside, and he's got the the symbol for cord, kind of like tucked into his shirt there. Just
Very nice.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, I had a bit
I
of
didn't realize Cord was into jewelry.
a sparring session, and they agreed to to help me with some training.
That's fantastic.
Fantastic.
Oh, and you'll never guess who showed up.
Someone you know.
Someone I do know. And I can't remember who knows about this. I think maybe he's mentioned it to Yvaine before, but I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah. It was the hobgoblin ranger that I was looking for when I met you all in Stillben in the first place.
Roshkra. Yeah, that dickhead.
Absolutely, still a dickhead.
He's here at the Temple of Cord.
He is, and it looks like we will be training together.
Oh shit! So basically, he's like, "No, I'm not going to train you." And then you show up some years later, and it's like, "Oh, he's going to train you anyway."
To some degree,
I love it.
he's clearly not leading it, but I imagine we will have a few sparring sessions.
Kick his ass, Zarvog.
I intend to.
How does Zarvog look right now?
I think they healed him up.
They healed him up completely? Okay, cool.
I think so. Yeah, that was the impression that I got.
Yeah, they did.
Zarvog, remember, if you're going to do all those trainings, what Mum said about soaking in the hot bath, it'll allow you to train harder day after day if you take care of your muscles.
Oh, yeah. Will it do anything for my head? I hit my head today. Well, he hit my head today.
Well, it would certainly help to relax the muscles in your neck and shoulders that are holding up your head.
Ember will get up and walk over to the side of Zarvog, lean in real close, look at the side of his head, and blow in his ear. No, it went straight through just like always. I don't think you'll have any problems.
Hey, let's go.
Shots fired.
All right. I think I will try another one of those baths. Oh, but I do have another place to stay now.
You realize you pay by the night at the brothels, right?
I'm not sure I'm gonna have that in me for a few days. Women weaken legs.
Alistair says you're not gonna have anyone in you for a couple days. Wasn't aware you swung that way.
You know, I don't really necessarily like you a lot, but that was good.
Oh, I tried so much.
So that was my day. Training at the arena, and yeah, ran into Roshkra.
It's a cool name, Roshkra. That's a pretty cool name. I bet it's fake. I bet he has a shittier first name that he's given it birth.
It's not a cool name.
So,
He knows that. It's not a cool name.
at some point, we probably need to speak about our sixth. We're going to need one.
Oh,
If we want someone Dexy, I can get someone Dexy. I think we want Kingsley as a first place, so I don't know if we want to go ask Kingsley and get their firm yes and move our way through the Underguard clan, and if they all say no to us, then I don't know how we're going to do that, but we should probably start working on it soon, yeah?
I would imagine. And if the Underguard clan isn't interested. There's certainly some rough fellows at the arena.
We can.
I'd be very surprised if one of my brothers wasn't interested. They live for that kind of thing.
Well, we've got to go to the cloud top in the morning, so we can go there. Stop by the Andegar estate, if that's how you want to handle that, and chit chat with them to see if there's any of them who are interested and or available. And if there is, great. If there isn't, then we can consider what our options are and what may work best for us.
Did we get a standing appointment yet?
No, we took today to handle business, so we're going tomorrow to turn in our credentials in the hopes that we will get this by Zoran's attention.
And then we will wait to be seen.
Yeah. No, then we're going to make some noise until someone sees us.
Fair enough.
Well, that'll certainly move us up the list. I think present the credentials as get on the list, then do something worthy of note to move us up the list.
So after that, then we start looking for our renegade Ashari, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, I think I got a little information on where to find them. Or at least we're looking.
What are we looking for?
Actually, more Ashari. It was suggested that maybe we start at the Cinder Scar.
We can go see Nero's friend. That should be an interesting.
Oh yeah, I would love to see Amara, and she would certainly know.
Okay, that sounds like a day's worth of plan.
All right.
Breakfast, cloud top, Andigars,
manhunt.
Then the other Ashari.
Nero would offer his thoughts, but he's upstairs drunk.
Alastair would say, and keep in mind if the Undergods all don't work out, there's a number of individuals that you dragged here from Westland who might have some skill. I mean, Camellia, she doesn't have much to do. There's also that paladin fellow I told you about, Finch, if you prefer paladin. Let me know. Is there a particular discipline you're looking for?
I think we need someone who can manage melee well. I think that's where our biggest, we did really well with Radon, It was nice having someone who could hold the line with Finch, so that Zarvog can melee weave, and spellcasters can do what they do, and I can heal or blast.
It's funny that you say that, because I was pre-planning to do this anyway. In that moment, there's a thud on the table next to you, Yvaine, and maybe some people have a little start as you see Cressida Holt doesn't approaches the table, and she's dropped a little homemade some kind of thrown together dossier sort of thing. And he says, they say, Yvaine, it's good to see you again.
I was just talking about you, sort of. Cressida Holt.
Yes.
This is the Aroura Concordant. This is Amber Van Zyl. I've told you about him, a master of fire and a chef extraordinaire. Zarvolg the Grim, best tracker you could ask for. We all know High Paladin Finch. This is Alabaster Lyceum, our cleric of the Raven Queen. And this is Finch's ward, Nero.
He's upstairs.
Who is upstairs?
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Never mind. He's not here.
Says, well, very charmed to see you all. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm a business associate of Yvaine's. I also work for the Cobalt Soul in my own way.
So we have work?
You, darling, have work. She sort of moves the little sort of folder-bound dossier thing together. She says, as you know, I've been looking into the things in the Cloud Top districts. I thought I'd pass along some information to you. I hope you might brush yourself up on the politics of Emon. If I'm going to use you, I need you quite useful and well read.
Excellent. How thick is the file?
It's pretty dense. It's decent. If you fold it open, it's basically like it's information not only on like the format of the government of the Tal'Dorei Republic, but also the members of the Tal'Dorei Council and the various delegations that attend there. So it's as much as it's homework, it's very valuable information about the inner workings of the Tal'Dorei Council.
She will close that up, look at everyone else, and say, I've got a couple of hours reading today before morning. I'll see you all for breakfast.
See you at breakfast.
And I don't know if Cressida's going to follow or not.
do you make
That
some
sounded like
signal
an-
that she wants? Yeah, sounded like there was some desire there. Do you make
No.
some? Nope.
She actually just leaves, and I don't know if she's going. I don't know, but no, I will like nod at her and let her know I'm going to work.
All right. I don't think there was any. I don't think there was much invitation there to be interpreted, and you seem to be going off to work, and she does want you to get the work in. She smiles at you all, says, "Well, I'll leave you all to your drinks. I hope you don't mind."
Have a good evening.
Good evening. I'm usually just right over there if you ever want to talk. And she will wander over to the bar and have herself another martini. Who orders those in the dock district? The last order of business before we log off today, very short, but very necessary. Nero.
He is, Nero is unresponsive at this time.
That is right. You are.
He's dreaming some kind of dreams, like he's off somewhere.
Oh, I'll tell you what you're dreaming about.
Oh
Don't you
no.
worry. The sound of the ambient tavern that maybe sort of phases in and out as you come in and out of consciousness throughout the night fades away, and you are somewhere else in dreamland. Somewhere darker. Of course, darker.
Oh.
You wake up at one point in the night and sort of just like look down at the end of the bed, and you see sitting at the edge of your bed, very straight, chest out, very thin, with a lipless, toothed maw, is a black hound, and looks at you with red eyes from the end of your bed. And it grins widely.
Get the fuck out.
Nero.
Get the fuck out.
Oh no, you're the one who let me in. Steps up, starts walking very slowly across the bed over you. You can't really move.
So he can't say anything.
You can speak, but you can't move. Nero. Why are you so scared of us?
Fuck you.
Well then, fuck you too, I guess.
Us.
Could have been friends.
Us.
You. Us! That's right.
Who's
You thought
us?
that there was just me? It's not just me here. It's you too. We're all partners, me and you. And we can be friends or enemies. You decide, but I will be appeased. The shadows will be appeased. appeased. I will be appeased.
What do you want?
I want you to know your arrogance, boy. You thought those men were carving your heart out because you thought you were special. No, boy. They don't want you. They want me.
Why?
Who wouldn't want all this power?
Who are you?
I am the shadow in the nights. I am the darkness in the hall. I am the eyes that peer through the pierceless darkness. I am the power that brought you to what you are. I am so many things. I am perhaps just a shard of the newly ascended. Perhaps I am a shard of the Shadowvale itself. Who's to say what we are? But one thing is certain. Nero. I am part of you. Hate me or love me. We're in this together.
Why?
I guess we'll have to find out. Why I'm stuck with you and you with me? Only the gods know, I'm sure. But power is what you seek. Power is what you have.
Prove it.
I will prove it. You'll see. Remember, the next time you cast one of your little spells, remember it's me, my maw at the end of your finger. It's my eyes in the black. It is me, all the time. I am no devil in Nero. I am the shadow in your heart. And I'll see you very soon. He sort of pops down off the bed, barely making a sound as his feet touch as if he weren't corporeal at all. And as he walks by the candlelight, he cascades a large, 3 times as large as him, vicious shadow of the long maws, toothy spittles of saliva. A vicious, dark thing that manipulates the shadow to its will, like you manipulate the shadow to your will. He looks back down the hall, grins at you again as you see his mangled teeth over his maw, and says, "So very soon." Darkness closes in on you, and sleep takes you once more. You will remember this dream when you arise. But for now, we will end the session. Okay.